now, live from San Jose, All Elite Wrestling, New Japan Pro Wrestling, CMLL, and Stardom present Forbidden Door.
It's Sunday! You know what that means! AEW's Forbidden Door is coming to you live from the SAP Center in San Jose, California, the Golden State. I'm Excalibur, joined by Nigel McGuinness, Walker Stewart of New Japan Pro Wrestling and Stardom, and we have a massive event with international implications for you here tonight.
Well, it's the Forbidden Door, and the Young Bucks are ready to kick it down with a super kick party.
Your Forbidden Door opening contest is a three-way chance you guys set for one fall. This is first from California, and it's a byweight of 417 pounds. Next, and Nick Jackson, the Young Bucks.
Heavyweight title match, 一本勝負をくれます。マット・ジャクソン、ニック・ジャクソン、ヤング・バックス。
And those are the voices of Arcadiora, the Japanese language announcer Takaro Shibata. Walker, AEW fans, of course, extremely familiar with the three-time former AEW World Tag Team Champions, the Young Bucks. But Japanese fans also very familiar with Matt and Nick Jackson.
Multiple-time IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Team Champions, former IWGP Heavyweight Tag Team Champions. Matt Jackson and Nick Jackson have been there and done it all and are looking to beat the best of CMLL and New Japan Pro Wrestling tonight in our opening contest.
The IWGP stands for the International Wrestling Grand Prix. That's the governing body of all of the titles in New Japan Pro Wrestling. It's a little fact for the first-time New Japan viewers.
Yeah, I like it. Just keep those up.
Next, Shingo Takagi and Teton Unbound Company.
Takagi Shingo, Titan, Unbound Company.
Unbound Company, a relatively new unit in New Japan Pro Wrestling, made up of the remnants of Los Ingobernables de Japón and Bullet Club. Those two teams disbanded earlier this year, but the remaining members came together to form Unbound Company, Walker.
From the ashes of the War Dogs and LIJ come Unbound Company, led up by a man who is not in attendance here tonight, current IWGP Heavyweight Champion Yota Tsuji. Shingo Takagi and Titan, two of the best in the game today, and they fight it out inside this ring.
And Nigel, we saw another member of Unbound Company on the Forbidden Door and Drilla Maloney picked up an impressive victory over Daniel Garcia just moments ago.
Yeah, somewhat of an upset some might consider, but certainly Unbound Company are going into this match with a little bit of added momentum. The Young Bucks have got to be prepared for it, as will this team. Oh, listen to that reaction. Walker, don't say a word. Stop dancing.
Next, they are the CMLL World Trios and Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champions, the Stardom and Místico El Sky Team.
Místico, Máscara Dorada, Sky Team.
Well, Místico has certainly had an eventful 7 days. We'll touch more on that in a moment, but let's take you back to this past Friday night at Arena Mexico. It was Sky Team, Místico and Máscara Dorada unseating the Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champions Sammy Guevara and the Beast Mortos. There you see La Mística cinched in. Moros tapped out, and new champions, Nigel, were crowned in Mexico City.
All gold for El Sky Team, and speaking of momentum, as I just did for Unbound Company, 2/3 of the current CMLL Trios champions, El Sky Team, are buoyant as they head here into San Jose. They are on their feet.
And then we see the Spanish announce team special guest at the Spanish announce desk, Julio Cesar Rivera from the CMLL announce team. I'm sure with a great interest in the proceedings here tonight. And Walker, not only are you the Sorry, I just had to take a moment to soak that one in. The Walker, not only are you the English language voice of New Japan Pro Wrestling Stardom, but you're also very familiar with the athletes of CMLL as well.
Yeah, I've called a couple of matches for CMLL in my day. Mystico, one of the top stars, the ace, if you will, of Consejo Mundial de Lucha Libre. And in fact, you have to imagine Mystico had a difficult time figuring out, hey, which of my many titles do I bring down to ringside? He is also the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Team Champion in New Japan.
Alongside El Desperado, and talked about the 7 days for Mystico. He has wrestled every single one of those 7 days in the United States or in his native Mexico. Last night, teaming with Speedball Mike Bailey. Tag team win on Collision. Friday night, as we mentioned, the victory over the Ring of Honor. Then Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champions, Nigel.
No wonder his theme music translated as I'm dying.
And earlier this week, Mystico and Dorada picked up a win over Sonata and Dick Togo of New Japan Pro Wrestling. That one taking place in Mexico. Titan brings down Mystico and immediately putting up boots.
Well, you heard a round of cheers going up for the handshake, but Titan turned things around quickly.
These men are certainly familiar with one another in CMLL and New Japan Pro Wrestling. Mystico and Titan looking to go toe-to-toe here in our opener.
And Walker almost a dual role for Titan here tonight, representing both New Japan Pro Wrestling and CMLL in this one.
Yeah, but when it comes to Unbound Company, it is New Japan Pro Wrestling first and foremost. We'll save the CMLL spectacle for Reno, Mexico next time around.
Gamagiri connects by Mystico. Now trying to maneuver around the ring post, springboard. Diving hook on Dorada by Mystico.
This makes it look so effortless, doesn't it?
Certainly does, and he's been doing it for the better part of 2 decades as well. As Mystico and Titan finding himself in the corner of the Young Bucks.
Tag was made into Mascara Dorada in with Nick Jackson. And get ready to start your stopwatches because the pace is picking up.
In my recollection, this is the first time the Young Bucks have crossed paths with Sky Team. The trip made by Mascara Dorada. Nick Jackson went for a trip of his own. Dorada avoids. Nick Jackson floats over the top. Dorada, impressive display of athleticism. Nick Jackson to the outside. Dorada, speedboard in. Nick avoids. Super kick avoided by Dorada. Roundhouse avoided. Drop kicks. Both men fall through.
If you had to put a prediction for a future ace of CMLL, you'd certainly have to list Mascara Dorada high up there, but there is no team in the world like the Young Bucks, gentlemen.
An integral part of the founding and success of AEW.
Collar elbow tie-up. Seemingly pedestrian after that exchange, Nigel.
No question about that. Any match that the Young Bucks are in, potential show stealer.
Wow. There's the teamwork of the brothers Matt and Nick Jackson. Pair of boots into the midsection of a man both Matt and Nick very familiar with, Shingo Takagi, not only from their time in New Japan Pro Wrestling, but Dragon Gate early on in their careers as well. As Dorada hoisted up with the powerbomb. Nick Jackson. Zigiri on the way in. And catapult into the Gamagiri. Jackson on the ascent, the foot stomps. The Young Bucks going to work.
Well, the Young Bucks hitting their best hits, but will it be enough to score a victory here tonight? The Bucks have made no secret of their tag title aspirations. They'll be watching later on as the Dogs challenge the AEW World Tag Team Champions Cope and Cage.
Big Enzigiri from Mascara Dorada. Dorada on the move, and inventive offense from the man in the golden mask.
There's nobody like him. Here we go, gentlemen. Tag made in the corner for Unbound Company's own, and Shingo Takagi. And Takagi's not going to have a lot of three-way tag team experience. You don't see a lot of multi-man matches in New Japan Pro Wrestling, so these are deeper waters for Takagi than usual.
But Shingo, very familiar, at least earlier in his career, with mixing it up with luchadors.
No doubt.
Using it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it.
One of the most explosive wrestlers. We'll take you back to Forbidden Door a couple years ago against Bryan Danielson in the Owen Hart Tournament Foundation. Foundation Tournament. This is an absolutely phenomenal athlete in Takagi.
But Mascara Dorada trying to exploit the speed advantage, but Shingo running right through him.
Fearsome, battle-tested, hard-hitting. I think Takagi, Shingo is the difference maker, in my opinion, in this match.
Yeah, he's the only unlike thing in a match full of like things.
One of these things doesn't belong with the others.
Now Teton and Shingo teeing off on Mascara Dorada. Double hammer throw into the ropes, tripped by Teton and Shingo. Vertical suplex, followed up by the splash from Teton. Cover made, shoot.
Love the poise of Shingo, the way he's controlled the tempo of this match. He's slowed every one of his opponents.
Oh, Dorada, nice slip underneath. Rebound company, meeting of the mind. Shingo swinging a miss, tag made. Now Mystico on the move. Okanrana brings down Takagi, overhand chop. Stunning, series of overhand chops, stunning Teton. As Mystico, as you said, Walker, makes it look effortless.
Just otherworldly athleticism, but you gotta watch out for the men who stand behind you.
As Matt and Nick Jackson. Nigel, hard to believe that with the careers that the Young Bucks and Mystico have had, this is the first time, that's the first interactions they've ever had inside the ring.
Yeah, certainly unexpected, but right now, not concerned about Mystico, more concerned with his tag team partner.
Escalera and
some big risks here the Young Bucks are taking. Mystico almost caught them off guard early.
Teton ducks underneath this pair of super kicks from Matt and Nick Jackson. Now Shingo collecting the Young Bucks on the outside.
What's happening here?
Teton has an affinity for the death-defying, the high risk, but I think Mascara Dorada is going to put a stop to that for now.
Dorada with a very similar affinity, but Mystico comes in.
Toe with the boot to the nose, and again, Teton do well to avoid that. Watch this.
No. Oh my gosh! That is a risky business for all involved here tonight.
And Dorada somehow, some way, the first man to his feet.
He's just exalted that he's still alive, I would be.
And Mystico, very recently returning from an injury, Walker. He's not exactly been playing it safe, as we mentioned. 7 straight days. This is the 8th day of wrestling for Mystico.
Yep, no doubt about it. Mystico looking to represent New Japan, CMLL, everything in between, even here in AEW, the human Forbidden Door. Looking for a victory here tonight.
Mystico, of course, a former AEW World Trios champion, alongside Speedball Mike Bailey and the Turncoat, the Jet Kevin Knight, who's now the TNT champion. He'll be part of that steel cage main event, the triple main event, later on tonight as Dorada pops up Teton and deposits him with the slam.
Such whiplash. And here, Mystico again. Textbook.
The Senton Atomico now, cover made. Dorada. The leg was hooked, but the shoulders were not neutralized, and Teton able to escape. Walker, New Japan Pro Wrestling and CMLL, a relationship that goes back decades. Athletes in New Japan come over to CMLL. Likewise, CMLL athletes, no strangers to competing in Japan. So the familiarity with all 6 of these men is there.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and that's going to make it even more difficult. 3-way tag team match like this. Take a look there. Whoa, Jackson got him here.
Looking for the arm drag, but instead...
Yeah.
The Tornillo, Matt Jackson was able to put on the brakes. Instead, the Locomotion Northern Lights suplexes. Teton charging in, he gets caught.
2-for-1 combo for Jackson here tonight.
Oh, but wait a second.
And from behind comes Shingo. That's a tall order for Matt Jackson. Shingo Takagi, the back elbow. Jab, the fake, the DDT plants Matt Jackson.
There's a reason Shingo Takagi is a former IWGP Heavyweight Champion, and he's showing it here tonight at Forbidden Door.
Drags Mascara Dorada over to the corner to make the tag, and thanks for coming, Dorada. Shingo wants to get this win, not just for Unbound Company, but for all of New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Seeing here some of the technique, some of the violence, some of the ability that destroyed Bryan Danielson, as you mentioned, in the matchup not too long ago. Cover
made, two high stack, but instead Matt Jackson able to kick out. Nigel, remember Bryan Danielson winning that match against Shingo Takagi, in fact, winning the entire tournament.
Even a blind squirrel gets a nut from time to time. Luck is what it was. Ultimately, it was Bryan Danielson who had to change his underwear after the match. Not a word. Thank you very much.
Yep. Matt Jackson sent to the corner. Back elbow. Backs off Shingo. Teton, nobody home for him. And sliced bread off the chest of Shingo Takagi. Fainted with the super kick and caught Shingo with the DDT, Walker.
And it's being a smart professional wrestler. There are few who are going to be able to outclass the Young Bucks in tag team wrestling.
Shingo didn't like his own medicine.
The right hand blocked by Nick Jackson. Nick trying to take on both members of Unbound Company in this match. Latigo. And now interlaces the hands of Teton. Super kick to Shingo, and now Nick Jackson.
Tag was made nowhere near the rope, but the referee allows it.
Diving crossbody from Mystico. And now takes down Matt and Nick Jackson. Mascara Dorada into the ring, and area code shots from El Sky Team. Shingo and Teton sent down. And now Mystico, the springboard. And he's bringing up Teton and Matt Jackson as Mascara Dorada finds his footing on the middle rope. Shooting star press to the floor.
Dorada just flew right through the Forbidden Door tonight, gentlemen.
That an example of why, one of the reasons why Dorado has become one of the hottest new stars in Lucha Libre today, was scintillating maneuvers like that.
And Walker, as you mentioned, a man certainly that seems poised to receive the torch from Mystico whenever the legend, the icon of Lucha Libre decides to pass it off.
And a team together as Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champions tonight. Nothing sweeter. The Mascara Dorada could pick one up here tonight. A victory over Teton inbound.
Taking a lot of time for Teton to get back to his feet.
Dorada biding his time, but a shoulder to the midsection through the ropes. Dorada finds his feet, but found the foot of Nick Jackson. The super kick now. Kicks going all around. Shingo, though, shuts down Dorada and Nick Jackson. Now Mystico and Matt Jackson working together, and they get shut down by Takagi.
This is only our opening match of the evening. Feel the energy in this arena here tonight.
Oh, yeah. What did I tell you?
And 4 to take down the Dragon Shingo. And now standoff. Teton goes down as well. Now Mystico, Matt Jax. Oh, Canadian Destroyer. Mascara Dorada on the move. Destroyer of his own. Matt Jackson goes down. Nick Jackson vaults over, shoulder to the midsection. And Nick Jackson over the top. Plants Dorada with that one.
The Bucks slow to follow up, though, and all 6 men down.
A standing ovation from the fans in San Jose, filling the SAP Center, the Shark Tank, if you will. But now Shingo Takagi, center of the ring, but surrounded on all sides.
And Takagi's never backed out of a fight that I've ever seen in his career.
And Shingo dishing out the punishment, though. Mystico slipped out of the corner. Pair of kicks to the face for Shingo Takagi. Now Mystico making the climb to the top.
Oh, boy.
Oh, you don't think?
How do you say, please don't die in Spanish?
Oh, Mystico, the Spanish fly. 1, 2, no, Matt Jackson. The elbow drop to break it up. Teton, the foot stomps.
Keep your eyes on the sky.
450 splash from Nick Jackson. Wait a second, Mascara Dorada. Shooting star press, this time inside the ring. How on earth are any of these men moving after exchanges like that? And despite the status of Mystico as a legend of Lucha Libre, living legend, I'm not sure he wants to get in a prolonged strike exchange with Mystico, but La Mystica is cinched in. This is how he and Dorado won the Ring of Honor World Tag Team Champions 2 nights ago. No!
Match continues.
Well, Takagi held on there for a long time, gentlemen. I'd consider that left arm a non-factor going forward.
It just speaks to the toughness, the durability of Shingo Takagi to be able to withstand that La Mystica for that long.
It speaks to how exciting these Forbidden Door matches are. The best talent in the world.
Overhead chop from Mystico now. Things just breaking down into a slugfest, and Teton from behind. Mystico had no idea Teton was behind him as he chopped down the leg. Shingo and Teton going to work on Mystico. Wait a second. Unbound Company. Oh, not done yet. Want to make it a certainty. As Teton, now the legal man, alongside Mystico.
Teton, who goes by El Inmortal, the Immortal One. Let's see if he can end this match.
And Teton falls off the chest of his partner, the DDT. Follows it up. As Shingo!
Unbound Company! Oh, jeez.
Diving stomps from Teton. Cover made to no!
The super kick party continues.
And Walker, one of the hallmarks of Matt and Nick Jackson is their timing. I mean, they are tag team wrestlers through and through.
They're the most destructive, the most devastating tag team you're going to find in the sport today. And the Young Bucks want to climb up to a potential AEW World Tag Team title opportunity sometime in the future.
Super kicks take Teton down, but Shingo, that right hand of his is devastating. And Shingo, despite his toughness, finally appears to be wobbling as he hoists Dorado up.
No way Shingo could protect himself against the super kicks there.
The hands of Shingo were occupied. And that allowed free reign from the Young Bucks, but now Teton up to the top, diving crossbody. Caught, and now the Young Bucks with Teton inverted. Shingo goes down, and Teton planted Matt and Nick the cover, and the win! Incredible. An amazing way to kick off Forbidden Door, the Young Bucks. Undoubtedly, Nigel, we'll be watching the AEW World Tag Team Championship match. Christian Cage, the Rated R superstar Adam Copeland, taking on the Dogs later on tonight, and the Bucks, I'm sure, be watching that one with a keen eye.
With exciting matches and victories like that, the Young Bucks won't have to wait long before they get back into title contention. Speaking of wanting to get back into title contention, Kenny Omega has his sights set on goal to get towards that. Oh, he's got a big test here tonight.
certainly does. The other member of the Elite alongside Matt and Nick Jackson and Jack Perry. But the Young Bucks, an impressive victory to kick off the action tonight at Forbidden Door, live on pay-per-view. And Nigel, as you mentioned, Kenny Omega looks to come one step closer to reclaiming the AEW World Championship, but he will have to go through one of the best wrestlers of all time, Zack Sabre Jr.
What's the next plan of action?
All Elite Wrestling. I want your very best.
How are you gonna climb back to the top?
And as a man, I've not fought for over 8 years.
And then it came to me. Zack, you are that key. You are what's gonna take me to the next level.
But what's the frequency, Kenneth? Zack Sabre Jr. is the best technical wrestler in the world.
Kenny Omega, he's got visions of reclaiming the AEW World Championship dancing through his head.
But Kenny Omega, are you still the best?
It's gonna be you and I, one-on-one.
I will not be used as a stepping stone.
May the best man win.
I am going to beat you by submission.
Because once I do,
And I'm going up to AEW Gold.
I'm up for redemption.
See you Sunday, Ed. How about that for a catchphrase?
The following contest is set for one fall. Introducing first from Isle of Kent, England, weighing 95 kilos, Zack Sabre Jr.
Special Team Match TMTK 186センチ96キロさあフロントバッ
ザック・セイバージュニア
Zack Sabre Jr., one of the most technically gifted professional wrestlers of his or any other generation, but a man that in his career has never defeated Kenny Omega one-on-one. The ramifications of a victory for Zack Sabre Jr. would be massive, Walker, due to the legend, the reputation of Kenny Omega in Japan.
Especially heading into G1 Climax 36 in Chicago on July 11th.
And his opponent from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, weighing 224 pounds, he is Kenny Omega!
186センチ96さあベストバウト
Kenny Omega, the former AEW World Champion, by his own admission, Nigel, has said that he has more runway in his career behind him than he does ahead of him. He wants to prove that he is still the best before he hangs up the boots for good. He wants another shot at the AEW World Championship.
Well, it's an admirable mindset, certainly. And many people, if he wants to get that opportunity, are going to say that he has to beat Zack Sabre Jr. to prove he's still the caliber to challenge for the world title. Sabre is a technical master. You see the confidence, the swagger when he walks out here. He's a throwback, or rather an evolution to the great wrestlers who adorned TV sets on the Saturday afternoon in England in the 1970s and 80s. Men like Jim Breaks, Sultan Boschik, Steve Gray, and the great Johnny Saint.
But Nigel, and actually I pose this to Walker, the most impressive thing about Zack Sabre Jr., not only is he in evolution of those wrestlers, those great World of Sport style wrestlers, but he's also a man that has taken influences from around the globe, most specifically the llave style, the Mexican submission wrestling style, that he's imported and implemented into his game.
What I love about Zack Sabre Jr. is that he is not one of these athletes that looks at technical wrestling like an analytical mindset. He looks at technical wrestling. He looks at technical wrestling like jazz artistry. It's free flow. Nigel, I'd love to hear you comment on that, having stepped in the ring with Zack Sabre Jr. 1 year ago with the IWGP Heavyweight title on the line.
Yeah, jazz, not my favorite type of music. Certainly when you apply it to professional wrestling as well. I try to compete when it came to technique with Zack Sabre Jr. Very early on, I realized I'd have to change my game plan. I tried to use strikes, kicks, lariats to the best of my ability, but ultimately it was Sabre that defeated me with a pinfall. And so ultimately, you can certainly understand why he still lives by that moniker of the greatest technical wrestler in the world. Not many other people that can be put in that category, even if they pay to have an award named after them.
And Nigel, to that point, Zack Sabre Jr., early on in his career, he had a reputation for being susceptible to strikes. And so that is something that he worked on, he trained on, and he rounded his game out. And since doing so, especially doing so in the dojos in Japan, has become a more complete, a more well-rounded wrestler, and a more dangerous wrestler.
I tell you, I hit him with a couple of lariats, and normally you feel a body move, but sometimes I hit him so hard, it was like he was hitting me.
And Walker, fans of New Japan Pro Wrestling, obviously very familiar with Kenny Omega. During his run in Japan, if there was a title in New Japan Pro Wrestling, there's a good chance that Kenny Omega held it at one point.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We talk about all those years ago, Excalibur. I mean, professional wrestling is a sport that moves forward and not backward. The first time these two ever tangled inside a pro wrestling ring on the British independent scene back in 2013, they were very, very different men back then, as well as the last time they faced off inside the ring, 2018 G1 Climax. And Zack Sabre Jr. admittedly has never won either of those matches.
Well, tonight, though, he could break that duck, certainly. Sabre, very capable, a proficient, dazzling professional wrestler. Watch the speed. Ooh, but running right into the boot there, Omega. A superlative, high-end, top-class performer still.
Omega rolling off the back and now working on it. Takes down Zack Sabre Jr. Sabre retreats to the outside, though not exactly out of the range of Kenny Omega. Omega throws himself over the top and finds Sabre on the floor.
That exciting offense that has made Kenny Omega a huge fan favorite for fans around the world. There was a young kid at the hotel this morning who told me he was very excited to see the cleaner. I assume he was talking about Omega. He didn't just need new towels. It's my stuff. It's what keeps me here. But right now, this is an incredible match between the best bout machine and the greatest technical wrestler, some would say, to ever live.
And there's a feeling in this arena here tonight at Snap Center in San Jose that you just cannot emulate any other way. Zack Sabre Jr. and Kenny Omega, a true dream clash unfolding before our eyes tonight.
Certainly big fight feel. Ooh, the joint manipulation that Zack Sabre Jr. has come to be known for. Highly effective.
And as you mentioned, Walker, this match.
Walked right into that.
This meeting between these two men head-to-head taking place for the first time in nearly a decade. The first time inside an AEW ring. And referee Bryce Remsburg understandably being very liberal with the 10 count on the floor.
Zack taking a couple of knees there after the impact, showing just how hard Omega hits. Oh. Whoa, boy.
Zack Sabre having his head bounced off the Spanish announce desk.
To this one, Ben.
Oh, good Lord. And Zack Sabre Jr. not exactly well acquainted to the outside of a pro wrestling ring, at least not until Kenny Omega introduced him.
Yeah, this is the type of battle, or the tone of the battle that will benefit Kenny Omega, is to dirty things up a little bit, Walker.
I mean, Kenny Omega's been doing a lot of talking about potential AEW World title challenges, but Zack Sabre Jr. said himself, hey, if I beat Kenny Omega, maybe I should be next. Maybe New Japan Pro Wrestling needs to bring home the AEW World title.
Omega using that signage placed atop the Spanish announce desk, and now underneath the bottom rope to reset the referee's count, as he's got Zack Sabre Jr. all lined. Diving foot stomps, nowhere for Sabre to go.
Bit of a manic, crazy look in the eyes of Omega there. This is his wheelhouse. It's where he loves to be. Pinpoint precision driving, not just his body weight, but the top of the announce table into the chest of Sabre.
And Nigel, I believe that may have clipped Zach in the face as well, and it didn't slid off. And now Kenny Omega, and we are in very dangerous. We are in tight quarters here. Uh-oh.
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
Oh no!
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh God! Oh God!
There he goes, looking.
Please don't.
No, you can't. Zack Sabre Jr. doing a great job grounding himself here.
Holding on for dear life.
Yeah.
As he and Kenny Omega battling atop the Spanish announce desk. And oh,
watch out! Watch out!
Omega.
Get out of there!
Changes tact, right hand, right elbows. As Omega. Oh! Shot reverberating throughout the arena. Omega takes a look behind him.
I don't like the looks of this one bit.
Oh no, Sabre. Instead, look at this Machikatami.
I'm going to get a submission on the outside, but we'll get some damage.
That is a strong style staple. Oh, and immediately he can fall into our announce team.
Sabre Jr. knew exactly what he was doing there, tying up Kenny Omega so that when they fell off the table, Omega would have the worst of it.
Nigel, it's tough to believe that Zack Sabre Jr. would think 5 moves ahead like that, but he most certainly is the type of athlete that would. And oh, look at that. Polite move by Zack Sabre Jr.
Not just a student of the game, he's a professor.
He's getting a lot of opportunity to recuperate here on the inside of Zack Sabre Jr., a man with history of intercostal damage. Those abdominal muscles never heal quite easily, Nigel.
Yeah, you can have niggling injuries, certainly in a career as storied. Watch out! Oh!
Kenny Omega, the battles with diverticulitis throughout the recent years is not exactly a state secret, but Zack Sabre Jr. instead concentrating on the arm of Kenny Omega.
Omega writhing in agony.
Walker, you mentioned the 2 previous battles between Kenny Omega and Zack Sabre Jr. Kenny coming out on top on both. The first taking place in Chipping Sodbury, England.
I mean, the difference maker there, though, Excalibur, is that Zack Sabre Jr. was not near at the level that he is today. He wasn't a former IWGP heavyweight champion. He wasn't a former G1 winner. But he stands here in San Jose against Kenny Omega. Both of those things tonight. And that's a difference maker going into this one.
Now, I talked about his evolution, his ability to not only absorb strikes, but to anticipate and counter them, Nigel. And
yeah, he really is a complete pro wrestler. I can tell you haven't been in the ring with him. It is a frightening prospect to have to try to decode the puzzle that is Zack Sabre Jr. But Kenny Omega can certainly be the man to do it. He talked about his legacy in the land of the rising sun. His matches have more stars than the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Oh. Zack, though, has been concentrating his attacks on that arm of Kenny Omega, perhaps looking to inhibit not only Omega's striking ability, but also his ability to execute moves like that Snapdragon Suplex or even the One-Winged Angel. A hell of a kick in the corner by Zack Sabre Jr., but Omega follows up with one of his own.
You cannot turn your back on Kenny Omega whatsoever. And proof in the center of this ring right now.
It's Omega now from behind over the top. Sabre face first into the mat. And Kenny Omega, oh, just a punt to the ribs. And Omega once again drives down Sabre.
Zack Sabre Jr. spoke to the media just before this match took place, said that he is not looking to be a stepping stone to Kenny Omega on his pursuits to the AEW World title. Sabre Jr.'s got to turn things around here if he wants to avoid that stepping stone moniker.
Sabre on the outside, Kenny in the center of the ring, but perhaps not for long. as he builds momentum and takes to the skies. And Sabre dealing with that abdominal injury.
That abdominal injury, gentlemen, that cost Zack Sabre Jr. the IWGP Heavyweight title against Konosuke Takeshita last year. And certainly, very well could cost him here against Kenny Omega.
Omega having trouble with his right arm there after the stomp we saw earlier to pull himself back up. So certainly, we are seeing the human game of chess play out here.
Sabre struggling to his feet. Omega perched on top. Drop kick sends Sabre reeling across the ring. Now cover made. Near leg is hooked, but Sabre able to escape. And Nigel, pinfall attempts like that, great if you get it, but more often than not, you're forcing your opponent to expend energy.
That's exactly right. This game sometimes can come down to who's got the longest, the biggest gas tank. And here, tying up. Ooh, a neck breaker.
Neck breaker, and you see Sabre immediately clutching the, can't tell if it's a trap or the neck, either way.
Look how slow Omega is to follow up on that offense. There's no question that Omega is hurt.
Omega perhaps lining up a V-trigger for Zack Sabre Jr., though. Could be burning some daylight. Oh, Sabre. Oh. Ready for Omega.
You never give Zack Sabre Jr. a limb quite the way Kenny Omega did and survived.
Omega didn't intend to, but he put himself in harm's way in the jaws of the lion, and that lion is Zack Sabre Jr. Nice escape by Sabre. Back elbow catches Omega, I believe, on the eye.
This really is a battle of two styles. Which of the competitors can bring the match to their style? If it's technique, Zack Sabre Jr.'s match to lose. But if Omega can strike, can throw, can keep moving, and most importantly, keep Zack Sabre Jr.'s hands off of his body, and Omega could leave the victor.
Uppercuts.
Oh! Strike.
Sabre dropped the hands for a moment. Omega.
Oh! Wow. Sabre Jr. lured Omega into his world here tonight, and it could be over here.
Zack.
There he is. Omega had looked for that a couple of times. This time hit it.
The Snapdragon executed by Omega, but was it delivered with the force we typically see from Omega, Nigel?
Unlikely with the damage to the right arm that we saw earlier. This match is rapidly becoming a war of attrition.
But Walker, likewise, the neck injury, the apparent neck injury of Zack Sabre Jr., a developing story to keep monitoring.
And that damage to the neck is going to make it very difficult to hit that Zack driver. It's the way that Sabre Jr. won the G1, won the IWGP Heavyweight title, and has to defeat Kenny Omega with tonight.
You saw there, Sabre thought about going for the middle rope, then it elected to avoid it. Doesn't want to get caught with a V-trigger.
Another Snapdragon as the momentum continues to build for Omega.
The body of Sabre Jr., former IWGP Heavyweight Champion, just folding up like an accordion.
Nigel, great call about Sabre not wanting to use the ropes for assistance and getting up because he puts himself in harm's way for a potential V-trigger, but Omega battering the body of Sabre.
And Sabre Jr. typically despises utilizing rope breaks, gentlemen. Sees them as a sign of weakness in a technical sport like this.
Leg is hooked.
Yeah, I love it. 2 count there. And Sabre Jr. is not going to go to the ropes unless he has to. And the moment you see Sabre Jr. go for those ropes, you know he's in the danger zone.
Omega could be looking.
Maybe for a third Snapdragon, but at this point, Nigel, you have to imagine that Sabre knows it's coming. He's got a counter in mind. Roll up, two, and oof. Omega, though, maintained control of the leg.
Look at that beautiful transition into the rear naked choke.
And then switches. Jujigatame.
You're gonna have to get up pretty early in the morning to get an armbar on Zack Sabre Jr.
See Sabre, he's losing the grip. He was trying to hold on to maintain the S grip, now switching and holding on to his own finger to prevent Omega from getting full extension.
Ooh. Switch his body over. There it is.
Momentum through. Got it.
Beautiful escape.
Sabre knew exactly what he was doing there, allowed Omega to overcommit. Sabre rolled through and answered with the kick.
The early bird catches the worm, but it's the second mouse that gets the cheese. Oh!
For as much damage as Kenny Omega can dish out, he can certainly take a hell of a lot more.
Sabre throws the kick. Omega intercepts it. And now Kenny bats away the leg. Sabre transitions. Wakagatame.
Sabre got to drive with his hips, or instead now electing to change positions. And it was the right arm that was damaged earlier. Look at this. Oh.
Sabre wrenching back on the right arm of Kenny Omega. Omega rolls into the ropes to force the break. And the toll of this match evident on both competitors.
Both men sucking air in. Omega slightly more.
Walker, a victory for Zack Sabre Jr. in this match not only would be huge on a personal level, but the ripple effect that it would have for Sabre in Japan. It could be something that skyrockets him back into contention for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship.
Well, especially with the G1 coming up in Chicago July 11th, but not just Japan, gentlemen. We're talking about here in the West as well. Zack Sabre Jr. loves to make these international excursions quite often. Who's to know the next time we'd see him here in AEW?
There is a poise and a methodical way that Sabre is moving forward at this point. He knows he has the advantage. He knows he has his opponent hurt, but he also realizes that if he gives Omega the opportunity, ooh, former AEW World Champion will capitalize and potentially to take the match from him.
Sabre absorbed the contact, comes around.
Just like this, Omega gave an inch. Sabre Jr. took the mile right to the back of the neck. Goes Omega on that shot there.
Omega took two to give one, but it was the one that gave him the upper hand. Now, could not hoist Sabre up.
That right arm is torn to shreds, courtesy of the best technical wrestler in the world.
Now, high boot delivered into the jaw. Omega, a second, that one to the arm. And Kenny Omega swings for the fences and connects with that one.
And follows up as he should. I'm getting flashbacks to the O2 Arena last year. Nailing Zack Sabre Jr. with a lariat like that. My shoulder still feels it.
Omega lines up Sabre in the corner.
Bang! There it is.
Trigger.
Sabre's right arm is protecting him from a pinfall or submission for that matter.
Yeah, draped on the middle rope. But Omega, the momentum once again swelling in his favor, perhaps to a crescendo here as Omega hoists up Sabre.
Oh no. Oh no. A collective gasp.
Maybe thinking avalanche.
Watch out.
One-winged angel, but Sabre.
Sabre's got some creative counters, and he's going to need to reach deep in the back here tonight.
Well, the rear naked choke on the middle and top rope. You don't want to knock a guy out when you're holding onto his back that high up.
Sabre, he can't win the match from this position.
No,
but
no, no!
Oh, Nigel putting the commentator's curse on Zack Sabre Jr. A rough landing for both men, but a rougher landing for Zack Sabre Jr.
Well, that was hard to watch.
It's a real monkey's paw situation for Zack Sabre Jr. there. He's got to try and do something to counter this offense against Kenny Omega.
A monkey's what?
Monkey's paw, Nigel.
What does that mean exactly?
Well,
every time you make a wish, the monkey's paw, the finger comes up.
It's gone above me. Either as it may, neither man able to capitalize. But it is Omega, the cleaner, the best bout machine, back to his feet, poised to strike.
Omega needing a moment to clear the cobwebs, but Sabre, after all the oxygen was driven from his lungs by the collective impact of he and Omega, now up to a kneeling position. Omega! The knee into the jaw, and Sabre appears to be wilting. Omega not done yet. Brings Sabre back upright. And
so much a knee strike, more a kick to the chest, trying to drive yet more wind out of the lungs of Zack Sabre Jr. And you can feel the people coming up.
Kenny Omega has a real deep gas tank, and it is certainly running on empty. The longer this one goes, same goes for Sabre Jr. here.
Zack intercepts now, changes his grip, and now ankle lock is in tight. He is wrenching that ankle of Omega's. Omega struggles with those up kicks. Finally using both legs to push Sabre off, and Zack answers with a kick. Omega to his feet, though. Knee strike. Drops Sabre. Zack into the ropes. Between the shoulder blades goes Omega. And now Kenny. Reverse hook, and Ross Sabre spiked on the crown of his head.
There's a cover.
1, 2.
Ooh. And not 100% of a cover. You can understand with the energy that's been expended, with the damage to his right arm, and now, by the looks of things, even his right leg as well. Omega unable to get a deep hook of the leg, and that allowed Sabre Jr. to stay alive. But wait a second. Takes aim.
Omega lined up. No, V-trigger avoided. Sabre rolls.
Beautiful.
Very nearly Zack Sabre Jr. catching Omega by surprise. The chop delivered. Oh!
Yay.
Using the trunks of Sabre for downward momentum. Driving, spiking Sabre into the mat.
Wow, but look how tough Zack Sabre is. Back to his knees already. Oh, but look where he is. Kenny's looking for it.
Omega lined up. Bang! Got it. V-trigger. Sabre, bleary-eyed, brought towards the center of the ring.
Oh,
Omega.
no. Oh, no.
One, wing it nose. Sabre versus, oh, you missed one, two.
Sabre Jr. nearly stole one over the best bout machine. Here we go. Zack driver. Zack driver.
Sabre plants him, hooks the leg, covers. And a narrow escape by Omega. Just when it seemed Kenny Omega had this match in hand, Zack Sabre Jr.
Look how close this was. High angle, the ricochet from the impact, and a deep hook of the leg within a split second of scoring the victory.
As Zack Sabre Jr. has proven in the last few moments why he has earned the global reputation that he has.
Look at this. Fingers.
Omega put his hand on the throat of Sabre. I'm not sure if there's some words exchanged. There's certainly some open-handed strikes being exchanged now.
Two of the best fighters in the stand-up game today.
Whoa, who's going to get the best of this exchange?
Omega finds the third snapdragon. He's looking for the knee. On target, Omega.
Here it comes.
What? No! Counters!
Incredible technicality.
Triangle. Got to be very careful here. Keep the shoulders off the mat, otherwise Zack Sabre Jr. could be pinned. It looks like Omega's almost going out.
It could be lights out here easily for Kenny Omega.
Got to try to push that arm across his hips.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Nigel. The only saving grace for Omega is that his own arm is not coming across his carotid artery, but instead, Sabre, I thought he was going to convert into the cross arm breaker, but instead, now looking to sink that triangle in deeper. But Omega, look at this, with one arm.
Wow.
One bad arm powers Sabre down. Omega. Again, the knees scoring big points for Kenny Omega in this one.
Third time. Nothing charming about it.
One winged angel. And that is it.
Here's your winner, Kenny Omega!
It was billed as a dream match. And it more than certainly lived up to the expectation. Kenny Omega, Zack Sabre Jr. eliciting a standing ovation from those in attendance here in San Jose, and I'm certain around the world.
Pro wrestling is an art form. That was a masterpiece.
All the credit in the world to Zack Sabre Jr., the man who issued this challenge, fought like hell, and through it all, it is Kenny Omega whose hand is raised in victory tonight at Forbidden Door.
And Kenny Omega, if he is indeed to challenge for the AEW World Championship one more time in his career, Nigel, he just made a very compelling case for himself tonight.
Well, there can be no doubt about that. The world champion has plenty of people gunning for him already, but add another one to the list. The cleaner, the best belt machine wants to wear the world title again.
Omega victorious in an instant classic here tonight on Forbidden Door. But now it is time for our first of 5 championship matches on our program tonight. The most wanted Bandito challenges the AEW Continental Champion Jon Moxley for the title next. Bandito lining him up for the 21. Flexes Brody the tope. 2, 3. Bandito takes it.
Tag, we won! We won! We beat the Dead Riders!
Tranquilo. Tranquilo. You want a shot at the Continental Championship? No. Brody King, no Death Riders. Mono. Mono.
Jon Moxley puts his AEW Continental Championship on the line against Bandito.
Might go down sometimes, but we don't stay down. Shoot your shot, compadre.
Let's do it!
This bout set for fall is for the AEW Continental Championship. Introducing the challenger from Torreon, Mexico, weighing 289 pounds. He is the Ring of Honor World Champion, Bandito.
AEW Continental Championship. 一本勝負です100年選手83キロバンディード
Bandito's friend, tag team partner Brody King coming out with him to the ramp, but as are the rules of the Continental Championship, everyone is banned from ringside. This match will be contested one-on-one. And Bandito, in speaking to Undisputed, he said, I wrestle with my soul. That's who I am out of the ring. I work every day to be better. I'm not the biggest or the strongest, but you can't kill my fighting spirit. Jon Moxley can't kill my fighting spirit. Bandito will have an opportunity to prove that right now.
And his opponent from Cincinnati, Ohio, weighing 231 pounds, he is the AEW Continental Champion, Jon Moxley.
AEW 今週から王者108回102キロデスライダー
As the champion makes his way to the ring, let's head to ringside. And the remarkable Renee Paquette for this update. Take it away, Renee.
Bandito grew up watching Jon Moxley. Upon meeting one of his heroes, he realized just how damn hard that man hits. I asked Bandito what else he's been able to learn being in the ring with the leader of the Death Riders the last few weeks. He says tonight he changes his game plan. Tonight he's going to hit back even harder.
So a hard-hitting matchup expected from both champion and challenger. The brawling offense of Jon Moxley, the high-flying power of Bandito.
Every winter, AEW now features the Continental Classic, the month-long tournament that culminates in a match for the AEW Continental Championship. Jon Moxley, this past December, defeated the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada, to claim the championship and has been dominant ever since. But Moxley, Walker, is no stranger to the round-robin tournament format. Not only multi-time Continental Championship or Continental Classic competitor, G1 Climax experience as well for Mox.
Yeah, and a lot of New Japan experience we could talk about. Former IWGP Heavyweight Champion circled around Forbidden Door a couple of years ago against Tetsuya Naito. Jon Moxley is a fighting champion and a man who is looking to put results on the board with the AEW Continental title on the line tonight.
Every time he competes, Moxley sets an example as the leader of the Death Riders. Talk about the heart and the soul of Bandito. Does a lot of charity work in his hometown, Mexico City. He runs a gym and gives free lessons and shows for those that can't afford it. A true hero and inspiration against his inspiration, perhaps.
It'll be a huge honor for Bandito to return home with the AEW Continental Championship in tow, but easier said than done as collar and elbow tie-up. First touch in this match.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about the Death Riders a lot, not just throughout this match, but in our upcoming matchup for the IWGP Global Heavyweight title. And I think Jon Moxley really trying to set the stage for Pac when he challenges Shota Umino later on here tonight.
Shota Umino, former protege of Jon Moxley, by some accounts the very first Death Rider, but he was cast out, not so gently, by Gabe Kidd 2 weeks ago. As Moxley breaks down the vertical base of Bandito to the mat. Bandito, though, up into a bridge. And Nigel allowing himself to pivot around and then find his feet.
Yep, creating a little bit of space from the Continental Champion as Moxley, I don't want to say apathetic, but very cautious, very slow-moving and methodical. He knows how capable Bandito is when the pace quickens. We'll see what he does with this. Takes aim.
Well, Nigel, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know Jon Moxley to have much experience in the world of lucha libre.
You know, you might be right there.
And Jon Moxley has competed in Mexico. But
wait a second.
Most of the time when he's competing in Mexico, it resembles more of a Death Rider match than it does something you'd see on a typical Friday night in Arena Mexico.
That speaks to Moxley and his MO. Whatever match he's in, he tries to make it his style of match, and that's a smart decision from a veteran.
Side headlock taken. Bandito comes in, the shoulder tackle. Moxley allows the challenger to just basically bounce off of him. Moxley splits the uprights. A little bit of
real feeling out process, early goings here. This is interesting.
Drawing the proverbial line in the sand to Bandito. Bandito crosses the line with an overhand chop.
Is this Bandito's right strategy? Try to exchange strikes with one of the most violent and dangerous men to ever step in an AEW ring.
Nigel, it's a great point. Jon Moxley is a psychological mastermind. We know Bandito to be the type to go 1,000 miles a minute when he gets the opportunity to. You're not going to be able to move 1,000 miles a minute with shots like this coming your direction.
Moxley allowing or inviting Bandito to play Moxley's game. And Bandito, as talented of a wrestler as he is, I'm not sure he can weather a prolonged storm from Moxley. As Moxley now changing levels, shuts to the body, trying perhaps to get Bandito to drop his hands, but instead it's Bandito with the drop kick. And Moxley to the outside, no. Bandito pivots there, and Moxley comes back around, drop kick to the knee, sends Bandito down to the floor. And now it's Moxley. Whoa! Tope Suicida. Perhaps harkening back to Moxley's time he spent in Arena Mexico, Nigel.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, isn't it? Moxley turned the match into his style, making it about strikes. And then when he got the advantage, almost took one out of the playbook of his opponent, Bandito. There's Tope through the middle there, but wait a second.
Bandito answers with one of his own over the top and connecting with Moxley on the floor.
Bandito is a blink and you'll miss him type of athlete. You cannot turn your back on the Ring of Honor World Champion.
And Bandito could be adding another belt to his collection, another championship, if this match continues at this rate. Talked about how Moxley wants to slow this match down. He cannot match the pace of Bandito. Bandito charging in. Oh! Moxley both boots into the chest of Bandito and shut him down.
Excalibur, what did I tell you earlier? Moves 1,000 miles a minute. You're not going to be able to stop him unless you take shots like that.
Moxley sends Bandito out to the floor. Anytime the action starts heading in this direction, it gets a little tense, Nigel.
Yeah, right there. Oh, you can understand why Bandito might be a little tense after.
I was talking about you and I.
Oh, okay. Either way, the tension is beginning to rise. Oh, no, what's Moxley thinking of here? Yep, pile driver on the steps. We've done it before.
Yep. Moxley employed this before, the pile driver on the steps. If Moxley is able to land this.
Por favor, no, Morelos.
Bandito has been sucked right into the Death Rider playground, and now Jon Moxley has no problem taking the attention back inside the ring.
And even though this is a Continental Championship match, everyone is banned from ringside. Nigel, Jon Moxley there, as vicious as it was, simply employed a part of the environment here.
Yeah, to his benefit. And look at Moxley now. If he's just staying warm, limber, having fun.
And referee Aubrey Edwards on the outside conversing with Bandito, seeing if he is able to continue after. Oh no, Bandito.
Oh gosh.
Bandito, the
Yeah.
The steps opening up a laceration on his head. Can't tell if it's above the mask or... Oh no! Moxley biting the head of Bandito.
Moxley was intimating that there was something in the air. There certainly is.
And now tearing at the mask of Bandito. I can tell you from experience, gentlemen, that if the wound is inside the mask, that is worst case scenario for Bandito, because then it starts bleeding down into your eyes more freely than the other way around.
Jon Moxley has long been considered a sick, twisted bastard. The proof is on your television screens as we speak right now.
As Moxley now tearing at the mask of Bandito.
Wait a second. What the hell is this?
Wait a second.
You gotta be kidding me.
And of course, in Mexico, this would result in instant disqualification for Jon Moxley. However, that is not part of the rules here in AEW.
Jon Moxley is a man with no compunction, no boundaries whatsoever. It's that dark charisma that has enticed many people to follow him in the Death Riders.
As Bandito struggling to get upright, and perhaps will have to struggle keeping his mask in place as well. It's a battle that he cannot afford to fight on two fronts, Nigel.
Well, it really weakens the Ring of Honor World Champion. A luchador's mask is sacrosanct. His anonymity, some would say, it gives him his power, his strength, his belief.
But I mean, it's not just about that, Nigel. It's also about respecting tradition, not just of lucha libre, but of Mexican heritage, Mexican culture. And it's something that Bandito's very proud of, but something that Jon Moxley perhaps is looking to take away from his challenger.
Bandito, actually a fourth-generation star. Here's a cover. Nope, nope.
Instead, Moxley just lining up those knuckles, targeting that laceration on the head of Bandito.
I truly believe somewhere in the mind of Jon Moxley, he's thinking that Bandito would make a hell of a Death Rider in a different universe, but Bandito has chosen, a walk of life that looks nothing like this. There's no reason that Jon Moxley needs to be laying in these egregious shots here.
Using the forearms, the elbows to try to widen that laceration and force more blood to leave the head, the body of Bandito.
I think it was perhaps the respect that Bandito had for Jon Moxley that led him to follow the breadcrumbs, if you will, to this type of match. He's given Moxley a clear advantage. Wide open. Count along, if you will. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Cinco.
Watch out. He's going to sink the champion.
Oh, Moxley continuing to land more shots. That interview I mentioned earlier, Bandito said Jon Moxley can't kill my fighting spirit. Moxley certainly appears to be attempting to, at least, but Bandito launches Moxley across the ring.
Now Bandito as he was being willed on by everybody here in San Jose. Instead of being able to follow up, first watch the impact. But what you didn't see is after that, Bandito slow to follow up because he had to adjust his mask to try to protect his anonymity.
But Moxley, once again, using those elbow strikes to the top of the head and biting.
Come on!
Yeah, this is disgusting. Well, that's the man that the AEW Continental Champion is.
He's an animal. It's a pig.
Bandito.
Beautiful sky twister from Bandito. Takes Moxley down, and Bandito follows up. Now as the pace quickens, Moxley finds himself on the defensive. Bandito. Sends the challenger off. Bandito answers with a drop kick. But Nigel, as more blood leaves the body of Bandito, oxygen, breathing is harder to come by for the challenger.
That's exactly right. Blood carries that ever vital oxygen to the muscles, which then have to propel the body forward.
Bandera. Oh no, instead, Bandito comes in, knee strike, cover made, 2.
Eesh.
Moxley able to kick out.
Not the best technique when it comes to a pinning attempt, but you can understand why. To your point, Excalibur, now the challenger got to start to be feeling a little bit lightheaded.
I think the one advantage that Bandito may have is the fact that you brought up that he trains in Mexico City, far, far above sea level where we are here today in San Jose. So perhaps a little better condition than the champion. Wow! What arm from Bandito!
Look what that conditioning can get you.
And to the top with ease.
Bandito on the climb. On the move. And the frog splash, wasted too much time. And Moxley greets him with knees.
He may look like a brawler and a street fighter alone, but Moxley, one of the smartest competitors to ever compete in the squared circle.
And that blood that is on the head and body of Jon Moxley does not belong to him. That is the blood of Bandito.
That blood for Jon Moxley, though, is going to serve as a life force, no matter who it belongs to here, Excalibur.
It most certainly seems Moxley gets awakened by the smell, the taste of blood, whether it's his or his opponent. And now Moxley charging in. Boot to the face, but Bandito answers with one of his own.
Raising blow. That one a little bit more on top.
Yeah, Moxley connected firm with that one. Bandito, though, steals himself. Swing underneath. German suplex. Bandito with an opening. If he can capitalize.
Wait a second, look where Moxley is. Oh,
Bandito,
no.
21 plugs, but got knocked out of his boots by Jon Moxley. Now Moxley, the double underhook. Death Riders. 1, 2, 3. No!
Well, you don't see that every day. Talk about the spirit of Bandito. It's on display tonight in San Jose.
I'd like to take another look. That high impact right on the back of the neck, across the shoulders of the challenger, and Moxley takes aim once again.
Bandito drawing on those reserves, the fighting spirit as he called it. How much more does he have left? Can Moxley empty the tank? Not often you see someone survive a Death Rider, Nigel. But Moxley, perhaps with something more sinister in store for the challenger.
It's usually people on the inside, on the middle rope, who are looking for the offensive maneuver. Moxley on the outside, and oh no, he is looking for a Death Rider of sorts.
I think Moxley looked over his shoulder at the steel steps that are still out of place on the floor.
We're talking about no compunction. Moxley is willing to end a man's career. Oh no, and now biting back.
Bandito
is embodying that Moxley spirit. There is a Death Rider energy burning deep.
Oh boy.
Bandito, Moxley. Oh no. On the top, what is Bandito?
Precipitous. Oh my God.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Bandito!
Cover.
1, 2. No! Moxley, his turn to escape.
Moonsault and battery. The charges did not stick. What a moment for Bandito tonight.
And decision still hangs in the balance. Take a look at this. A big risk, but it certainly paid off with a big reward. The body weight of Bandito driven into the ribcage of the champion.
And meanwhile, Jon Moxley doing what would otherwise be natural, pulling himself up with the assistance of the ropes, but in doing so, puts himself in jeopardy as Bandito looking for the 21 plex, but no, he slipped. I believe the blood from Bandito caused him to slip over the body of Jon Moxley. Now Moxley dragging Bandito through the ropes. Boy, Bandito counters. The roll up, the roll through, but no, Moxley transitions around.
Doggedly gripping, rear naked choke, now the bulldog choke.
Jon Moxley, the bulldog cinched in tight. Bandito could be fading rapidly here.
Moxley's got to try to drive forward with his hips. If he lets his opponent back to his feet, that's going to give Bandito plenty of leverage to get out of this hold.
Now the crossface shots on the bridge of the nose of Bandito. Moxley once again strengthens his grip, strengthens his hold on his challenger, Bandito. We could be witnessing that fighting spirit fade and be extinguished by Jon Moxley. But look at Bandito, though, carrying the weight of the champion.
The weight of the world on the shoulders of the challenger here tonight for the Continental title.
Bandito somehow, some way carrying Moxley while trapped in the grip, and now, oh, Bandito! No, but Moxley!
No, that was a Hail Mary shot for Bandito, but Moxley's held in too tight here.
And Bandito actually got tighter in. The full body scissors is out.
It's done.
The winner of this match and still AEW Continental Champion, Jon Moxley.
ダブル試合、ジョン・モクスリー選手の勝利です。
A tremendous effort by Bandito. I don't want to say a calculated risk at the end, Nigel. I think that was a last-ditch effort by the challenger to try to escape the grip of Jon Moxley, but in doing so, only put himself in deeper water.
Against 99 other men, he would have escaped the hold, but Moxley, perfect body positioning to cinch the hold in tighter and knock out his opponent with the choke.
Whether you like it or not, Jon Moxley, for years and years on years to come, has been on a different level. Remaining AEW Continental Champion, that is going to be a nice feather in the cap of the Death Riders as we move on throughout our card here at Excalibur.
Now we saw Brody King at ringside attending to Bandito. When Moxley waved off Brody. And Nigel, there is one way to earn the respect of a Death Rider, and that is to fight and bleed with them.
By the looks of things, that's exactly what Bandito has done. He earned the respect of Jon Moxley, but not his Continental title.
A tough loss for Bandito, but the reign of Jon Moxley as AEW Continental Champion continues. I just looked off my monitor up at the ring. I see Bandito. He made his way to his feet, but he was swaying very unsteadily. I'm sure the blood loss combined with the submission hold, the sleeper, is going to be causing Bandito some issues for days to come. But Jon Moxley, that man, remains your AEW Continental Champion. But from the Continental Championship and Jon Moxley to a man who is considered to be perhaps the very first Death Rider, Walker Stewart, Shota Umino, the IWGP Global Heavyweight Champion.
14 days ago, Shota Umino won his first singles championship, his first career title in professional wrestling. The IWGP Global Heavyweight title is on the line. It's coming up next.
But on that same night, Nigel, Shota Umino forcefully expelled from any semblance of Death Rider membership by Gabe Kidd.
Gabe Kidd making a statement, and we'll see what Shota Umino does with that as he takes on one of the Death Riders here tonight.
The Bastard Pack, intent on claiming the IWGP Global Heavyweight Championship. In order to do so, he will go through the man that 2 weeks ago earned that crown, Shota Umino.
Shota Umino, New Japan Pro Wrestling. I hope you got the message that Gabe sent to you.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh my
wait
God.
a second.
What the
Who is
hell?
it?
This man betrayed that lion, Mark.
And I bet you want revenge, don't you?
I come with a message from the Death Riders. You were never one of us. It was a token because we stand on business.
俺は世界中のレスラーを相手にする準備はできているよ。
Forbidden Door. I'll be there. Why don't you be there? And come fight for your honor. And whilst you're at it, why don't you bring your little IWGP Global Heavyweight Championship to the ride?
おいパック、フォービデンドアで会おうぜ。
If you have the balls, and I will help you comprehend why we do what we do.
This basketball ball is for the IWGP Global Heavyweight Championship. Introducing the challenger from Newcastle upon Tyne, England, weighing 217 pounds. He is a bastard.
IWGP グローバルヘビー級選手権試合一本勝負を行います。チャレンジャーデスライダー173センチ88キロザ・バスタードバッカー
Pac getting some last-minute encouragement from the Death Riders as he steps into this battle, a fight that he was allowed to pick due to the fact that Gabe Kidd and ostensibly the rest of the Death Riders felt like Shota Umino had strayed from the herd, that he no longer represented what the Death Riders are all about.
Well, you can say for years that Shota Umino hasn't exactly wanted to be a Death Rider. He's wanted to lead the main unit, the Hontai Force, in New Japan Pro Wrestling. But Shota Umino cannot shake these ties that he has to his past with Jon Moxley and the leader of the Death Riders. Gabe Kidd capitalizing on a very emotional weak point for Umino just off the back of his career high back 14 days ago when he won that title. Tonight, here at Excalibur, we will see Pac challenge Shota Umino for the IWGP Global Gold.
And his opponent from Tokyo, Japan, weighing 227 pounds, he is the IWGP Global Heavyweight Champion, Shota Umino.
第8代 IWGP グローバルチャンピオン183センチ103キロ
Give our thanks to the Dapper Yabber, Justin Roberts, Takara Shibata, the Japanese ring announcer, joining us here tonight. And before we delve into the career and the resume of Shota Umino, the IWGP Global Heavyweight Championship, of course, the IWGP International Wrestling Grand Prix, the governing body of all titles in New Japan Pro Wrestling, but the Global Championship, a relatively new title to the prestige, the history, the lineage of New Japan.
Well, for fans of New Japan Pro Wrestling around a decade ago, you could consider it the spiritual successor to the IWGP Intercontinental Championship and the new white belt in the presence of Shota Umino, a man who defeated Andrade El Idolo 14 days ago. And trust me, gentlemen, Umino takes a lot of pride in defeating an AEW star to win in that global title back in Osaka. Tonight, he defends it against Pac.
As Pac immediately charging out of the corner of boot. I think Shota, he was looking over his shoulder, perhaps remnants of that attack from behind by Gabe Kidd, but that allowed Pac to immediately take control of this match, Nigel.
Yeah, and then right away, they're heading in our direction. Good look. Watch out.
Umino hard into the barricade.
Umino well aware the MO of the Death Riders. We've mentioned it. He was at one time a young boy of sorts of Jon Moxley, and it was Moxley that gave him the nickname Shota or Shooter, as the case may be. Since then has gone by the moniker of Roughneck, because he's a real brawler, a real fighter, but did not get out the gates thus far against the Perfect Soldier.
I mean, truth be told, Shota Umino's gone through a lot of personal changes. It's been a very difficult journey for Umino to find himself over the course of the past 5 years, ever since he was taken under Jon Moxley's tutelage and wing. And while a lot has changed for Jon Moxley, Umino now can call himself a champion for the first time in his pro wrestling career. And it is Umino who is not going to be let that title go anytime soon.
And Walker, it's almost as if Shota Umino, he strayed from the herd. He strayed from the foundation of New Japan Pro Wrestling by adopting those Death Rider ways, and over the last few years is just trying to make amends, a penance, if you will, to join, as you said, the main unit of New Japan Pro Wrestling as its leader.
That's certainly one way that you could put it. I mean, Shota Umino, for all he's said and done in his career, he's talked a lot of talk, but he's never been able to back it up inside the ring, even when he was with Jon Moxley and under that Death Rider tutelage, if you will. But all that changed 14 days ago, and Gabe Kidd putting that attack in on Shota Umino after Umino pinned an AEW wrestler in Andrade El Idolo. I think that Gabe Kidd...
Wait a second, cover here, lateral press.
I think Gabe Kidd is a man who was flying the lion mark high and prideful in New Japan, and now is saying, I'm AEW born, I'm AEW bred. I mean, it's been a total change in perspective all across the board here.
And Gabe Kidd, the consummate mercenary, he will go to wherever the prize is richest. But Pac, he's a man who, albeit at different times, almost a cracked mirror version of the pro wrestling journey of Shota Umino. Of course, Pac, growing up in Newcastle, spent large portions of his career in Japan competing, learning the style. Likewise, Shota Umino, born in Japan, spent large portions of his career, I believe it was almost 5 years, that he spent competing in the UK.
It was in that European independent scene where these two men had their one and only singles matchup. It was for, at the time, what was known as the AEW All-Atlantic Championship that Pac had held it at the time.
And go on to be known as the AEW International Championship, currently held by Konosuke Takeshita.
It was a classic journey. A classic journey for Japanese stars to head overseas. The great Satoru Siyama, Jushin Thunder Liger, spending plenty of time in the UK as well. But right now, this is getting into a real strike fest. A battle of wills.
Umino out of the corner, and instead turns things around on Pac. Elbows, chops, elbows, chops.
And the one and only time these two met in a singles capacity came in 2022 for that former All-Atlantic title, now the international title. And I mean, Shota Umino and Pac, for all that's been said and done here, Excalibur, they've changed so much over the course over those 4 years.
Very much so. I mean, Pac is, of course, a former All-Atlantic or international champion, two-time former AEW World Trios champion. He's a man, though, that has never held gold in New Japan Pro Wrestling, and now is his opportunity to do so, but not fisherman suplex. Nice grip by Umino. And Shota Umino, Walker, is a man that has grown up around the sport of professional wrestling ever since a very young age.
Yeah, second-generation star. His father, referee Red Shoes Uno, over in New Japan Pro Wrestling, and Shota certainly has pro wrestling in his blood. And that is something that Gabe Kidd has certainly ripped on a little bit whenever he put that attack in back in Osaka 2 weeks ago.
Back body drop attempted. Shota counters. Very nearly caught Pac sleeping there.
Yeah, you got to watch Shota Umino, this explosive offense you're going to see, and keep your eye on this one. Head to apron connection. That is a Shota Umino staple right there, gentlemen. And coming out flesh here tonight in San Jose.
Pac might need some staples in the top of his head.
Planted firmly on the ring apron by Umino. And not just like a regular DDT, but the weight of Umino coming over the top, and then the added momentum of going all the way down to the floor.
It's a lot you can talk about between Shota Umino and Pac in terms of experience differential. I mean, the one tour that Pac did in New Japan in 2012, Shota Umino hadn't even started his pro wrestling career. I mean, that is the levels of experience we're talking about here for the challenger.
The official up to 7 here.
Walker, to your point, Pac with more than double the in-ring experience.
And you can see, I mean, we're looking at it right now, Excalibur. Taking it back to the outside, getting right into the mental of Shota Umino.
But Nigel, you know what this tells me? That Pac, I think he got his bell rung by Shota.
Definitely a possibility. Slowly. Oh! Ring-a-ding-ding.
The drop kick by Shota sends Pac hard into the barricade. And you can see how far that barricade moved due to the impact.
Oh, no. Top of the head.
Another! A lot of head and neck trauma from Umino to Pac, and that's going to set up beautifully for that second chapter, the Northern Lights bomb that Umino used to put down Andrade 2 weeks ago for the title.
Just watch this. It was Pac backtailing and then straight driven. The guardrail moving. And if you want some impact, watch that spiked Pac right on top of the head with the previous damage on the apron. The Death Rider is hurt. Can he come back?
Now return to the ring is the Bastard Pac. Shota Umino sticking close to his challenger. We saw him up. Power bomb.
Oh, jeez.
Just depositing Pac with force. 2.
Oof.
Explosive kick out by Pac.
Lord, buy me dinner first. My God. Look at the eyes of Pac rolling around in his skull like marbles.
You mentioned Shota's experience on the European independent scene. It was in those travels where he developed a friendship with Will Ospreay, Kyle Fletcher, Mark Davis, in very, very different times, Walker. And it was that one. Oh, wait a second, Pac! Oh, belly to belly overhead throw. Seemed like Umino tried to pull up short at the very last moment, but Pac just too powerful.
Couldn't avoid the throw, avoided some of the impact, but instead it was the left leg of Umino that collided. And instead, look at that, just an absolute stopping a mud hole, if they have those in Newcastle, into the chest.
I think they have mud everywhere.
Probably have more than their fair share, to be honest with you. I've been in Newcastle.
This is far from the first time Shota Umino has had to collide with the Death Riders. Defeating Claudio Castagnoli back at Wrestle Dynasty in the Tokyo Dome last year. And we are introducing the hardware tonight.
Change of complexion here.
Yeah, and Shota has no intention of feeling the effects of that table. Pac. Hey, wait a second, Shota perhaps.
Don't ask.
Shota being warned by referee Paul Turner. And Walker, as this is an IWGP Global Heavyweight Championship match, it is a longer count instead of the standard 10 count on the floor on AEW.
Japanese style 20 count inside or outside the ring, rather. Well, that does not make a table shot like this legal whatsoever, and our official going to allow a little bit of leniency here tonight.
But Pac, thrust kick, catching Shota flush on the jaw.
It was a shot through a table that ended Shota Umino's New Japan Cup run in March this year. Former New Japan Cup winner Callum Newman on that night. I think that this could very well spell bad intentions for the Roughneck going forward.
Watch this.
Looks over his shoulder.
Oh, no, 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 no!
From the top rope! Springboard, swan diving moonsault from the Bastard.
Makes it look easy. Doesn't even cover it. Absolutely seamless. And the official starts to count again. Up to 3. Pac with 17 seconds to employ some damage. Oh, but instead electing to go inside.
Now Umino, the champion, struggling here as Pac has swung the pendulum of balance in this match into the favor of the challenger.
Pac, calm offense. Has moved forward undoggedly. Hold on a second. Look at this. Pac
Champion and challenger alike perilously balanced on the top rope.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
A belly to belly from the top, avalanche style. Now cover, leg hooked, and narrow escape for the champion.
They are not training for bumps and blows like that in the New Japan Dojo, gentlemen. Pac is really unleashing a different level of violence on Shota Umino that he has not faced before here in AEW.
Once Pac had his hands trapped, nowhere else that Umino was going to go but down, and plenty of whiplash as well. The lower back of the champion seemed to be causing him problems from the get-go. Well, Gabe Kidd may have some thanks for that.
It was the vicious blindside attack by Gabe Kidd in Osaka 2 weeks ago that set events into motion leading to this match tonight. And it could be that attack that leads to the coronation of a new IWGP Global Heavyweight Champion.
Let's see what you mean of that.
Let's see what you made of, Pac saying, let's see it, bring it. I want to see the roughneck.
For a long time, certain vocal members of the New Japan roster, Gabe Kidd notably, said that Shota Umino was a poser, that he was only in this position because his father was a referee for New Japan Pro Wrestling. Shota Umino is on a mission to prove tonight that he is bound and determined to be a top champion all over the world for as long as he damn well pleases.
Umino with an opportunity to prove that he is his own man.
That's hard, though. That's a difficult thing to do.
Really got caught flush there. And about red boots, red lips on the part of Umino now, who caught a couple of forearms from the heavily muscled.
And Nigel, the most impressive thing about Pac is it's actually very similar to Bandito, that he's able to move with such grace and elegance from the top rope, but then also has the power to create a completely different problem for his challenger, or for his opponent.
We talked about the complete package. We've said it a number of times. Tony Schiavone has called Pac one of the most complete athletes in AEW. Now Umino is going to have to dig deep. He's going to have to step up. He's going to have to earn his spot. When you wear championship gold, the world is coming for you.
Elbows being exchanged. Umino creating some distance, really winding up to lay in his shots. Pac, though, attacking rapidly. Shota.
There's one thing Shota has improved over the course of the last year. It is his stand-up fight game, and you're seeing it on display here, Excalibur.
Elbows now. Shota perhaps getting the better. Pac, no, lured him in.
Misdirected there.
As soon as Umino raised the hands, Pac struck with the... Oh! Talk about striking!
Oh, wow.
Umino takes the bastard down.
Both champion and challenger have got their kill shots in, but neither has been able to secure victory.
Umino charging in. Pac ready for him. Wow. Release German suplex, but Umino rode the wave of momentum through. Charges in again. Pac a second time. Umino up to his feet.
And his spirit on display, but spirit can only carry you as far as your body lets you.
Now Pac hoists Shota up and...
Oh, no!
Shot bomb!
Let's take a look at this one more time here.
Damn near killed him.
That's awful.
Oh, hard to watch the champion's body clattering through the table that he set up. Ooh, lumbar through the lumbar.
And now Pac on the climb. The bastard to the top, the 450 splash.
Champion.
2, no! Shota kicks out and the brutalizer in immediately.
Pac not resting on his laurels. A lesser man would have been frustrated, but following forward, and look now.
You can tell just by the body language that the champion is fading. Pac appears to have this well in hand. 2 weeks after the biggest victory of Shota Umino's career, we could be moments away from it all crashing down.
2 weeks after the biggest victory, but 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years of a journey, and it cannot end like this.
Shota fading with every passing moment. He tilts. Can he make it to the ropes? Can he find a break? He does, but Pac using every bit of the referee's count to inflict more punishment.
I think the many lengthy battles against Zack Sabre Jr. Umino's had over the last year plus really prepared Umino for a lot of these holds.
This is going to be not good for the champion. All the way up. Oh, but Umino moving.
Pac adjusts his strategy. Rolls through. Shota. Oh! Cracked Pac on the jaw with that one. Oh, the headbutt sends the bastard down. And now Shota waiting for Pac to rise. Waiting to let
the strike knee. Strike knee.
2. No. A close call for the challenger.
Umino has fought back.
Nigel, the awesome bomb from Pac. I mean, I've not seen something like that happen in more than a decade
I'm
in pro wrestling.
surprised he was able to continue that alone, coming close to winning the match. But now he pushes forward, looking for the lariat.
No.
Underneath, reverse hook on Rana.
Good night.
Umino.
Compressed. No. Intercepts the kick. Block. Didn't block that one. Pac on the move. Umino pops him up on the move. And a lariat from Shota.
Clean clocked him.
2. No.
What a showing. Shota Umino.
Could be poised. No, instead, the double underhook. The paradigm shift. A callback to Jon Moxley. And Umino now looking for that second chapter, that Northern Lights. Bomb! He finds it, center of the ring. 1, 2, 3.
Here's your winner and still IWGP Global Heavyweight Champion, Shota Umino.
ただいまの IWGP グローバルヘビー級選手権試合は海野翔太選手の勝利です。
If anyone doubts the toughness, the quality of Shota Umino, of the IWGP Global Heavyweight Champion, show them what this man went through just now. Show them that he left no doubt that he deserves to be the champion.
The first defense for any new champion in the sport of professional wrestling is always the hardest hurdle to climb. Shota Umino has managed to overcome the hurdle of Pac and the Death Riders. But you have to know somewhere lurking in the ranks is Gabe Kidd. And Shota Umino is going to have his eye turned in every single direction coming up soon.
And I'm not sure the champ realizes it, but Marina Shafir and Jon Moxley have come to ringside, are conferring with Pac after that battle. And with the way that Shota was expelled from the Death Riders.
Moxley may be having second doubts, second decisions there. That was a hell of a match.
Wait a second. The mentor, the protege. Their first time meeting in a number of years. One of the all-time legends of New Japan Pro Wrestling, a man who earlier this year wrapped up a Hall of Fame career, the Ace Hiroshi Tanahashi.
We knew the ace of the universe had to be in the building here tonight, gentlemen. We had no idea he would make such a public expression tonight. Hiroshi Tanahashi is live in San Jose. I love it.
And whatever Jon Moxley had in mind for the man he dubbed Shooter, Shota Umino, we will never know, as the Death Riders making themselves scarce as the ace takes center stage.
I mean, gentlemen, let's not forget Hiroshi Tanahashi, the ace of the universe, is a man who heavily influences the match cards in New Japan Pro Wrestling. And I saw that look Tanahashi just gave the Death Riders. It would not shock me whatsoever to see another global heavyweight title match come the way for that unit all the way across the pond in NJPW.
Moxley and Tanahashi, the two men that were in the main event of the very first Forbidden Door, now at very different places in their career. And Hiroshi Tanahashi, Walker, to my eyes, a great endorsement of the battle that Shota just went through to defend that title.
Shota Umino has always wanted to be the second coming of the ace, but you do not manage to call yourself the ace. You prove yourself to be such. Hiroshi Tanahashi has put a high stamp of approval on the Roughneck tonight, live in San Jose, California.
A hard-fought battle for Shota Umino, but a successful battle to retain his IWGP Global Heavyweight Championship tonight in San Jose at Forbidden Door, a night that he will not soon forget.
IWGP Global. This is New Japan Pro Wrestling. See you soon.
Up next, a match about pride, a match about respect, but a match filled with hatred and vitriol. It's a match for the AEW Women's World Championship where Starlight Kid challenges Tekla. This match, presented by Dios Azul Tequila, is next.
When I was in Japan, they used to call me the idol killer. Bitches, bitches, dumb bitches.
I was an outsider, but at some point I just decided to make Stardom mine. They just couldn't take it anymore.
I am declaring death to Stardom. The door is open.
Starlight Kid, one of the greatest stars of Stardom. A woman who has a victory over Tekla in the past.
Stardom doesn't care about you. You know how I know? Because you're putting you in a ring with me.
Starlight Kids, President Okada, and even AEW. You all built the Forbidden Door, and now you're gonna watch it burn.
It's bountiful and full and presented by Dios Azul Tequila. It's for the AEW Women's World Championship. Introducing the challenger, Starlight Kid. Dios Azul Tequila presents AEW 女子世界選手権試合一本勝負を行います。スターダムネオチェンジ150センチ50キロ夜空に踊るスカイタイガースターライトキッド。
For those getting their first look at Starlight Kid, well, there we see Stardom President Carl Okada, a man with a very big interest in the outcome of this match, not just as far as the AEW Women's World Championship is concerned, but it's also for the Toxic Spider Tekla. But Starlight Kid, she grew up in a home that was passionate about professional wrestling. She developed an early fascination with Lucha Libre culture, as you can see by the not only the Tiger Mask inspired mask, but also the Jushin Thunder Liger overmask that she wore on her way out. She is somebody that at 24 years of age has more than 10 years of in-ring experience, somebody that has grown up in the stardom system of professional wrestling and considers it to not only be her home, but all those athletes, her family.
And her opponent, from Vienna, Austria, she is the AEW Women's World Champion, the Toxic Spider Tekla!
AEW Choice Sekai Champion. これはグローブマットレス、約50センチ、51。
And then we welcome Tony Schiavone to the announce desk. Tony, in a very short amount of time. Well, actually, hold on one second. Before we get to Tony, let's go to our colleague Renee Paquette for a sideline update.
Standing at just 4'11" and 5'1", these two women pack one hell of a punch. Starlight Kid, the standout from Stardom, who holds 2 victories over our champion, is looking to end a woman who embodies such a hateful spirit. Meanwhile, Tekla has vowed to destroy it all. Then sit back, relax, and watch it all burn.
See President Taro Okada, no relation to the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada, not impressed with Tekla. But Tony, in her AEW tenure, Tekla has established herself as one of the most volatile, violent women that has ever competed inside an AEW ring.
Well, you get what you see with Tekla. There's no doubt about it. She is, I think she's an angry young lady. And she has, and Walker, it's great to be working with you. It seems to me that she, being Tekla, has turned her attention more to Okada and the Stardom promotion than she has the athletes.
Yeah, you can certainly say that, and it's a pleasure to be here, Tony, with you, because President Taro Okada, truth be told, has certainly been on the wrong side of Tekla after Okada fired Tekla in April of 2025 for disobeying orders, multiple attacks on Stardom staff, and even attacks on the president himself.
Come on, fellas, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Okada is petrified of the AEW Women's Champion.
And fans, we're excited to partner with Dios Azul Tequila here at AEW's Forbidden Door, crafted with premium blue agave and delivering a smooth, refined finish. Dios Azul is the perfect way to elevate your AEW experience for guests 21 and over. And now a trip attempted by the Toxic Spider Tekla. A hammer throw reversed. Starlight Kid, very fleet-footed. And there we see an early look at the speed that sends the champion to the outside. Tekla, she began competing in Japan in 2018. At the beginning of 2022, she would join Stardom as a full-time roster member. But during her time in Japan, Tekla would spend time training in various Japanese dojos, and she felt that she received much harsher treatment, Walker, than her Japanese contemporaries. She felt she was almost singled out.
No, I mean, a lot of people can feel that way as a foreigner, as an international star over in Japan. But I mean, for Tekla, it runs a little bit deeper, because Tekla's not running around dressed in, sparkles and wants to do the QT idol thing. That is the sort of culture that Tekla has long sought to destroy in the Joshi women's wrestling scene. And Tekla is certainly doing a number on Starlight Kid with that in mind.
Well, Tekla did a great job of, after that drop kick by Starlight Kid, to go to the floor to rethink things and try to slow her down.
No, Tekla, you're going to attack the mask of Starlight Kid. Yeah. We saw what problems that created for Bandito, Nigel.
And there's John Moxley. Very smart decision for Moxley. But right now, Tekla has just fired up the dynamic Starlight Kid, who has said that she will try to get some revenge. Ooh! And the black sheep the Stardom promotion.
Oh, Starlight reverses it. And remember, in their 2 head-to-head meetings, Starlight Kid was able to defeat Tekla in both of those battles. That's a major reason why she stepped up to defend the honor of Stardom, the promotion that she considers her home, the only place in professional wrestling that she's ever known.
And because of the 2-0, you can see that she seemingly is fighting for the promotion. The revenge you guys talked about is the revenge for Okada, I would think, as much as anything else.
Starlight Kid certainly wants to represent Stardom as the only Stardom contracted woman to hold AEW gold. She has to be able to prove her ability to do so tonight against an old rival.
Tekla balancing the ropes. Starlight Kid, drop kick, sends the Toxic Spider careening to the floor.
I'm surprised that Tekla did that. Almost invited Starlight Kid in, and Starlight took advantage of it.
Kid on the move, and grabs for a Kimura, but instead Tekla sweeps up the leg.
And Starlight Kid is a dazzle and amaze type of wrestler. Loves to take to the skies. Tekla well aware of that fact. He's going to try and keep Starlight Kid as grounded as possible throughout this one.
Very awkward landing for the Stardom competitor. The left ankle perhaps rolling. Very awkward landing indeed. And wait a second.
Yeah, you're
the
right.
Toxic Spider. Watch this.
By the mask, dragging Starlight, throwing her just to the right of the Spanish announce desk.
Slid on her knees to Starlight Kid that time, and then hit the barricade.
And Tekla is a woman who embodies violence, and you're going to see that as long as this one remains on the outside.
That's a good call. She certainly does embody violence.
Certainly nothing itsy-bitsy about her.
And Tekla continuing to tear at the mask of Starlight Kid. And speaking to Starlight Kid, albeit through El Desperado as my translator, she did say that she respects and is inspired by Tekla's success.
Oh, look at this. Oh, look
right
where the champion exactly.
Yep.
Right in front of Okada.
Inspired by Tekla's success here in AEW, especially when it comes to fighting against larger opponents. As there we see Tekla now turning her attention to the man that she attacked. She physically attacked Taro Okada, not on multiple occasions. One of which.
No, and this is getting uncomfortable here.
I'm really surprised, and I guess it's a shame.
Oh, wait a second. Kid puts the brakes on Tekla. Ooh, now an open-handed shot. Toxic Spider seems more stunned than anything.
I'm surprised Okada wanted to sit in the front row for this one. I guess he thought for sure there would be some confrontation, which there was.
Surprised he wanted to be in the building. Or the state, for that matter.
We did see one athlete from Stardom already pick up a victory tonight when Micah earned her spot. Oh, wait a second, cover made. 1, 2. Kid able to kick out. Micah defeating Sky Blue to earn her spot in the Survival of the Fittest match coming up this Wednesday to determine the next TBS champion. But Walker, Taro Okada is a man that is very proud of not just the in-ring product of Stardom, but it's what these athletes do outside of the ring, how they represent this company all over the world.
I mean, what it is for community and culture. I mean, that's what professional wrestling is bound by in the year of 2026. And Starlight Kid really wanting to represent on a global stage for Okada, for the World Wonder Ring. And Tekla's going to make it very difficult here, Excalibur.
Starlight showing her agility, but Tekla very much prepared for that. Tekla earned a reputation as an idol killer while she was competing in Stardom. And Starlight Kid, oh, wait a second, cover again here. 1, 2. As you mentioned, Walker very much embraces that idol culture, the showmanship, so to speak, that goes beyond just competing inside the ring.
I mean, talking a little bit more about Tekla, I mean, when she was full-time athlete in Stardom, Tekla had a lot of promise, a lot of potential. That's what everyone said about her, but she has absolutely flourished over here in the West under AEW's banner. But that doesn't mean the Stardom faithful have exactly taken too kind to her.
Yeah, she has flourished. One would say she's dominated the women's division.
You could say she's achieved her potential.
She certainly has, and out to prove it to a woman she has never been able to defeat in her career tonight. But Starlight Kid, dynamic moves like that allow her to change the complexion of a match in a blink of an eye.
And they call her the Sky Tiger for a reason. Starlight Kid, you got to keep your eye on her every single moment of this one.
As indicated by our mask, we alluded to it earlier. Tremendously inspired by the legendary Tiger Mask, an athlete that... Oh, wait a second now. Moonsault 1, 2.
Nice standing moonsault from the Starlight Kid, who has known that. Tiger feint kick and also top rope Spanish fly if she can execute.
Now maybe thinking stretch muffler, numero dos perhaps? No, setting up. Going after the knee of the Toxic Spider.
What a great inventive move that was. One that I don't think we see if at all here in AEW.
And now Starlight attacking the knee.
Excalibur, you were talking about that numero dos inspiration. Her mentor in El Desperado, you mentioned earlier on, utilizes that numero dos stretch muffler as a wrestler in New Japan. Starlight Kid has adopted that and a lot of championship success in Stardom with it.
You see Tekla trying to adjust the knee pad, but
and
now
just like that.
Looking for it is Tekla, or excuse me, is Starlight Kid. Tekla trying to escape. She knows what danger that move presents, and
wow.
As Starlight was trying to pull back the arm of Tekla, Tekla goes for the mask, goes for the eyes of the challenger.
It's a desperation move, but it got the job done. Now Tekla needs to get out of the ring and just try to get away here for a second if she can.
A little bit of respite. The Spider waits in her lair.
A boot into the jaw now. Tekla, wrenching back on the head and neck of Starlight Kid.
Now, Tekla basically lured Starlight Kid into the ropes that time. Great job by the champ. Great job.
Now, as we mentioned, Starlight's respect for Tekla and especially how she competes against larger opponents. That's thanks in large part to Tekla's hypermobility. But it seems like Starlight may be a step and a half quicker than the champion.
Well, potentially. Proving your point. As it was Tekla who elected to go to the top rope for some offense and instead had to play defense. Right now, another big risk.
Sky Tiger making the climb to the ropes with Tekla, ready for it, and answers the right hand.
That time it was the champion who was faster to the draw. Oh, watch out.
Tekla likes this spider suplex.
Yeah,
fittingly so.
It looked like she was going for a superplex up on top, but, well, maybe she still is here.
There we go.
There's the spider suplex.
From her web. Something wicked this way comes, but it's her opponent.
Resilience of Starlight Kid on display. The challenger climbing the ropes, landing a drop kick into the spine. The champion, Tekla, trying to pull herself back up to the apron. And now, Starlight, she could be thinking Tiger suplex on the apron. Very dangerous position to execute that move. Tekla, no intention of finding out what Starlight had in store.
Tekla is such a great striker. We saw that right there, stunned.
Like out of nowhere from Starlight Kid.
Tekla was looking for a textbook spear, a move that she's used to beat a lot of opponents, but Starlight Kid has the experience from facing her before. Oh boy, watch this.
Now Starlight.
Oh, no way, no way.
Dangerous.
Oh! Black Tiger's divine punishment from Starlight Kid on Tekla.
And on the apron, no less, the champion in serious trouble here.
You saw Rick Knox check on the champion to see if she was okay. Apparently so, but not that okay after this.
You can see, once she knew she was being driven to the apron, the champion tried to tuck her chin and protect her neck as much as possible. There's only so much you can do.
And that divine punishment, Walker, another nod to the history of Tiger Mask, his battles with longtime rival Black Tiger. But right now, the legs are crossed. The fisherman suplex, 1, 2.
Oh,
whoa. Oh, barely got out of it.
But you saw how Tekla, after she kicked out Tony, she felt the whiplash perhaps on the neck.
Sure did. That's a great call. And looks like Starlight's going to go up top.
President Okada said Starlight Kid is going to illuminate San Jose. Watch this.
Moonsault press. Tekla barely out of harm's way. Now up to her feet, the Toxic Spider, the spear!
Boy, she gets so much force out of that spear. So much speed from the corner.
Tekla's not done yet, looking for the stop.
Oh, jam that right knee, though, gentlemen.
And Starlight kick to the lower back. Once again, whiplashing the neck, Nigel.
Not good for the champion, certainly, but the challenger very slow to follow up. Just watch this. You talked about the impact, the spear driving into the midsection, but somehow the challenger able to turn things back around to drive the wind out of the lungs of the champion. This one, the decision hangs in the balance.
Tekla, Starlight Kid, head-to-head, center of the ring. Starlight, in a moment of candor, Tekla, I asked her about her experience with Starlight Kid. She said for an athlete of her size, Starlight hits harder than she has any right to. And for Tekla to give up that type of information, this match had to be weighing on her heavily.
Sometimes it's not the size, it's knowing how to hit, knowing how to get your body into it. Well, the crowd seems kind of divided here. Look at the smile on Tekla's face. Boy, she is, to say the least, an odd person. Look at this.
Tekla takes great pride in destroying the idol culture over in Japan, and Starlight Kid, a real high icon in that regard.
Now, Tekla, she felt as if she was almost punished in Japan for not embracing that idol culture, that Starlight Kid received preferential treatment and only served to deepen the resentment that Tekla felt while competing over there. But Starlight, she's proving her quality right before our eyes, Nigel.
But right now, all the eyes may be rolling around in her head. This match, the direction has gone back and forth so many occasions.
A wild swing by Tekla, connected, as did that boot. And now,
and again.
Tekla making the climb. Starlight trying to clear the cobwebs, so to speak, as the toxic spider diving cross body. Leg hook, cover made. Starlight able to kick out.
And Tekla is really testing the resilience of Starlight Kid right here. Everything that Tekla is throwing at Starlight, Starlight's been able to survive it, but for how much longer can the Kid manage to do so?
He's taking a lot of punishment, Walker.
That is scary.
And that's what she wants it to be.
And that is typically the prelude to a spear that Tekla, oh no!
Whoa!
Drop kick targeting the knee that Tekla jammed earlier. Now the numero dos, perhaps, yes. Can she complete it?
Oh, really?
Oh my
Twisting, tying, contorting the champion.
Like a torture rack.
The stretch muffler with the arm captured. Numero dos, and now a giant swing for good measure. Starlight Kid pulling out all the stops.
This is amazing.
It's an incredible result from the Sky Tiger tonight. She's got to do a little bit more than this if she wants to win the AEW Women's World title.
As Tekla struggling, trying to make it over to the ropes to force the break, but now Starlight captures the head of Tekla.
This is a unique variation on this hold. You don't see it too often out of Starlight Kid, but it works every single night out.
Oh, the final limb, preventing the rope.
Tekla finally gets it to the bottom rope to force the break.
How tough is Tekla in that hold, was able to maneuver to the ropes and keep the match going?
But Tony, were it 10 seconds longer, I'm not sure Tekla could have survived.
I agree with that. I really do. She's holding on to her right knee right now, in the back of the knee.
Starlight looking for that divine punishment once again. Finds it, plants Tekla, center of the ring. 1, 2, no!
We nearly saw history made here tonight with that one.
Tekla still alive. It is not about the size of the fight in the spider. Or perhaps it is either way now.
Starlight Kid.
Let's try this earlier.
Oh! barely survives.
Of all of her title defenses, I don't ever remember Tekla being beaten around like this.
Well, Tony, I mean, it just speaks to how personal it is between these two athletes.
This is great. This is a tremendous women's title match. As good as
you'll find. This is a tremendous title match.
Yeah, you're right.
Somehow back to her feet.
Starlight searching for that tiger suplex. No, Tekla escapes behind the O'Connor roll by Tekla.
The
bridges back to and
Come on!
That is closer than close there.
From this angle, we couldn't see how close the mat and the hand were, but it was darn close.
How is Tekla coming back in that moonsault? Absolutely crushed the Spider.
But Starlight on the move after, oh, nice bridge back by the Toxic Spider, and an even nicer spear. Tekla now covering, leg hooked, 2, 3, again. Not just a last second escape, a last millisecond escape by Starlight Kid.
And Tekla cannot believe it. Look at this. I don't think we've ever seen her like this in a match.
It may simply be a stay of execution.
As Tekla the stomp. And now electing not to cover, instead screaming in the face of her challenger.
Now pointed right to President Okada as well.
A second stomp. Tekla covers.
It's done.
Here's your winner and still AEW Women's World Champion, the Toxic Spider, Tekla. AEW 世界女子選手権試合はテクラス選手の勝利です。
Saw the very obvious disappointment on the face of Stardom President Taro Okada. He was hoping that Tekla
I would say it's desolation on the face of the President Okada. This is the monster that you have created.
Well, let me say this, gentlemen. And all of us really have been looking forward to seeing Starlight Kid's debut here in AEW for years. And ladies and gentlemen, this was well worth the wait. Starlight Kid, I think we can all agree, is incredible. Amazing fight for tonight. Can't wait to see her wrestle again.
Wait a second, Tony. The Sky Blue, Julia Hart. Yeah. The other 2 points on the Triangle of Madness.
See?
Now, wait a second. Tekla.
We don't need this.
She was given a pair of, pair of scissors there.
No.
By the Triangle. And Tekla, she looked right at Taro Okada. And Tekla,
you got to
cut away, take off the mask, is taking off the mask of Starlight Kid. Luckily, referee Rick Knox there with a towel.
What is this, her trophy?
Oh,
She's gonna spin it! Oh, for God's sakes.
The disrespect of Tekla, not just towards the athletes of Stardom, but as Stardom as a whole continues.
She's not done.
I think,
oh, God.
You know, we've apologized to Stardom before, and I think they're due another apology.
More than that, Tony. I don't know what we can say at this point. The actions of Tekla are exclusively her own.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to accept that apology, speaking on behalf. That is downright deplorable.
Once again, I cannot wait to see Starlight Kid wrestle again. She is phenomenal. What a match.
Well, someone needs to go check in on President Taro Okada, but congratulations go out. And still, your AEW Women's World Champion, Tekla. What a night of action we've had here tonight, gentlemen. This has been incredible.
It has been, but deplorable action by this young lady right here. Absolutely deplorable.
The Toxic Spider makes the 7th defense of her AEW Women's World Championship. The reign of the Toxic Spider continues. But from the AEW Women's World Championship to the AEW Men's World Tag
Team Championship. The Rated R superstar Adam Copeland, Christian Cage hope to fend off the challenge of the Dogs, Clark Connor and David Finlay next.
For the benefit of those with flash photography,
the Dogs present a new 5-second pose. And we call this one your next AEW Tag Team Champion.
we understand you trying to make your names on our backs. You're us from 30 years ago. What you don't understand is that we are your learning curve.
They do not make it like the Dogs anymore. They never did.
When you walk through that forbidden door into our house,
we smashed in every single door we wanted to, and we have taken what we wanted.
You're gonna walk out as housebroken little pups.
What we want right now is your AEW World Tag Team Championships. The Dogs are about to put you bitches down.
Second ball is for the AEW World Tag Team Champions. Introducing the challengers at a combined weight of 426 pounds, 100 proof hard, David Finlay, the Dogs.
Oh, look at this. AEW 世界タッグ選手権 J を行います。173センチ92キロオファーズブッククラーク・コーダース182センチ95キロデビッド・フィリングでサンドングさん
Well, some evidence there of what the Dogs have been up to. They have been running roughshod all over AEW. In fact, their opponents tonight, the AEW World Tag Team Champions, suffered a very similar fate, taking the fight to the Dogs, but then the Dogs got their bites in.
David Finlay, Clark Connors, you may be looking at your next World Tag Team Champs. They are that talented, but they are absolutely crazy. And you know I'm a lover of dogs, Nigel. They give dogs a bad name.
Still,
the species.
Their opponents might want to put them down.
And their opponents first, from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, weighing 241 pounds, he is one half of the AEW World Tag Team Champions, the Rated R Superstar.
Copeland moves forward with determination and confidence. And we're about to find out the reason why his tag team partner, one of the most ruthless men to ever step inside the squared circle.
Notice the face on Connors and Finlay. They are not intimidated by Cope and Cage.
To play devil's advocate with a 2-on-1 advantage, they're also not attacking Copeland before his tag team partner gets out here. if you want a song to sing along to, listen to this.
From Toronto, Ontario, Canada, weighing to 118 pounds, he is the second half of the AEW World Tag Team Champions, Christian Cage!
AEW 世界タッグチャンピオン185センチ96キロ
クリスチャン・ケイジ!
See Christian Cage flexing that left hand. He's still wearing the brace around that left forearm, a parting gift from FTR in their battles with Cope and Cage, and something we've seen Finlay and Connors look to exploit here in their pursuit of the AEW World Tag Team Championship.
And they obviously will tonight. That would be the smart thing to do. Guys, it's something just seems very comforting to see Cope and Cage not only together again, but as champions again.
Well, they're certainly true veterans, highly respected, highly capable, proved they can still compete with the very best in the world. Taking the titles from FTR. And a huge portion of that, of course, the cunning and decisive Christian Cage.
Tony, you talked about how it looks right seeing the titles in the hands of Copeland and Cage. I mean, these two men, great champions, great tag team champions throughout their careers. Adam Copeland, he was speaking to CBS Sports. He said, we've been through so many matches together, but this is a different version of Cope and Cage. Finlay and Connors may think they know, no pun intended, actually a little intended, they think they may know the champions, but they don't know this version of Cope and Cage.
Yeah, I think especially Christian Cage, much different than a Christian Cage, say, 10, 15 years ago, I would think.
Well, I mean, you think 10 years ago, both Cope and Cage thought their careers were going to be over, that they would never get to wrestle again, and they feel like they've been given a gift, a second act, which does not occur often, Walker, and something that they feel like David Finlay and Clark Connors are trying to take away from them.
You know, Excalibur, what feels very new and fresh to me is this idea of Clark Connors and David Finlay teaming alongside one another, because I've followed the careers of these two men for so long across their New Japan Pro Wrestling tenures up till earlier this year, and they were in opposite divisions, junior heavyweight and heavyweight. They were on the same side of the same unit in Bullet Club, but never exactly competing in tag action like this, so I'm very excited to see this challenge.
A little one-upsmanship right there, the veteran experience. Christian Cage just ducking under the shot from Clark Connors. And I think that's really got to be the story of this match. Can Cope and Cage use their experience advantage against the youth and the vigor of the Dogs? We heard Adam Copeland say that he and Cage both smelt like piss and vinegar and were going to beat their opponents like dogs.
I believe they were full of piss and vinegar.
That makes much more sense.
Christian Cage over the top. The roll-up very nearly sealed it for the champions, but Clark Connors able to escape. Clark Connors, no shortage of confidence, but the same could be said for this man, the leader of the Dogs, David Finlay, a man who has pro wrestling running through his veins, and a man that has essentially become estranged from his father, Walker, the great Fit Finlay, because he claims that Fit Finlay never won a world championship in his career and therefore was a disappointment to his son.
You're talking about the same man in David Finlay when he reigned as global heavyweight champion, said that title meant more to him than his newly born son. I mean, David Finlay has no interest in talking about blood relation, familial ties. It's all about the championship gold, and tonight it's the AEW World Tag titles.
Finlay called his father, Fit Finlay, just a couple of weeks ago on Collision, a bag of bones. Listen, Fit Finlay, and I knew him very well, one of the toughest men I've ever been around.
Oh, nice. Nice counter there by Adam Copeland, Rated R Superstar, dropping into his side headlock. Finlay, though, a handful of hair as Copeland tightens his grip.
Another example of the veteran experience of one-upmanship. Every time the Dogs think they've got an advantage, the champions
wait a second.
take it back. Oh, wait a second.
You know what's amazing to me is that as David Finley's in the ring, Clark Connors is on the outside. He's not even up on the apron of the ring.
Yeah, Tony, I want to mention that Clark Connors, he came very near our announce desk, and Walker, you seemed to tense up right there.
Well, I have a lot of experience with these men putting their hands where they don't belong in the English broadcast in New Japan, so.
I saw David Finley trying to drop into a side headlock of his own, but Adam Copeland a step too quick. Now the drop toe hold. And Copeland controlling the arm of Finley and over to the corner to make the tag to the other half, the AEW World Tag Team Champions. Nice teamwork by Cope and Cage. Connors in, greeted by a boot.
Oh, wow. Right between the uprights. How many points to get for that?
How about that? A picturesque moment.
Christian Cage, a man who led the patriarchy, like Troy Aikman led the Dallas Cowboys, who's done for turtlenecks what Dr. Dre did for headphones, what Taz did for the color orange, or knee replacements for that matter.
Tell you what, Christian Cage as vicious as anyone in AEW.
Unquestionably.
David Finley just struggling to get his wind back, but finding himself stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Wants to shake hands.
And, that's Christian right. Heard the footsteps. Caught Connors charging in. Christian overcommitted through the ropes. Hits the ring post and may have re-injured that forearm on the way down.
Yeah, on that left wrist right there, gentlemen. And Clark Connors is smelling blood in the water now.
Yeah, Walker, you're right. He did land on the wrist, and that was...
Nigel, a hairline fracture is a difficult thing to recover from quickly, let alone if you're competing at the pace which Cope and Cage are.
Yeah, well, it's I don't want to talk the ego necessarily of Christian Cage, but how tough this man is, how many years he's competed through injuries, how many injuries people told him he would never recover from. There's a cover.
Connors on the move. Leg hook. Christian able to kick out. Or excuse me, that was Finley on the cover.
Cage, we've talked about how ruthless and dangerous a man he is. I mean, if for no other reason, the sheer number of other people's mothers that he's banged.
What is that number, Nigel?
You'd have to ask him. Privy to that information.
That has nothing to do.
Finley wrenching the arm back, the stomp on the elbow. Great way to tear up just about every ligament muscle in that arm.
One thing that's proven certain so far, gentlemen, is that Cope and Cage are not going to be able to game plan for this match like they're preparing to face David Finley's father, David, a very different athlete to his father, and looking to call himself AEW World Tag Champion by the end of the night.
Saw the chop across the windpipe of Christian Cage. That might have come straight out of the playbook of Fit Finley, whether David would like to admit it or not.
Yeah, I think so. David was more, or Fit was more of an upright, just pound and ground type wrestler. Get you in the corner, get you down.
And look at this targeting. The left forearm. Oof, wow. You understand why David Finley might have an axe to grind when it came to Christian Cage after what he said he did to Finley's mother. Given who Finley's mother is married to, that shows just how daring Christian Cage is. Good Lord.
Yeah, I agree with that. Look at this, man. You just got to wonder, and I've said this so many times, Christian Cage is so determined, so tough, but there's just so much a man can take from something like this. And you knew they would work on it.
Yeah, I mean, Clark Connors had a great technique on that wrist. A trainee of the New Japan LA dojo is Connors. And is really looking to try and put all of that to work tonight.
And the Dogs have sapped the energy away from one half of the tag team champions. This methodical, vicious dissection of Christian Cage.
Clark seemingly dancing to the corner. Finley,
nice back body drop. But Christian Cage trying to make the crawl.
Yeah, Finley landed between Christian Cage and his partner.
That was a great interception right there from David Finley, who again puts the pressure on that left forearm of Cage.
Now, Adam Copeland starting to show signs of frustration. All he can do is watch his partner get eaten alive.
And Nigel, for as wild as the dogs are, you can't say they came into this battle unprepared.
No, 100%. They've watched tapes. They've got the advantage now, and they are pushing that advantage. Cage is going to have to dig really, really deep here. As much as I've admired this man, he does seem to have lost a little something since aligning himself with Adam Copeland. I used to say he had the poise of a Charles de Gaulle.
Oh, wait a minute. What is...
He's going to...
Good God! Come on!
And the referee's back is turned. Did not see any of it as Clark Connors throwing that spent matchstick into the face of Tony Schiavone here on Daz.
And Clark Connors has long said, smoke him if you got him. And right now, Connors and Finlay are looking to smoke out Cope and Cage tonight.
Oh, boy.
Oh, now.
Look at that, Father of the Year.
Yeah, seemingly lighting a fire in the belly of Christian Cage as he's battled his way out of the corner now. Trying to make that long crawl to get Adam Copeland the tag to make him the legal man.
He's a great veteran. He's made this crawl before. It's nothing. No! That was a great move by Clark Connors.
And Walker, you mentioned that during their time in New Japan Pro Wrestling, David Finlay and Clark Connors did not see a lot of tag team action together. However, they did spend a lot of time traveling. I mean, those are hours-long bus rides that you have to talk, to get to know one another, to develop chemistry, and we're seeing that chemistry come out. Oh, no.
Oh, forget about chemistry, nothing but biology there.
This is going to end it. This is going to completely end it.
Christian Cage pinned underneath the steel ring steps as Clark Connors.
They're not done.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Copeland sends Connors spilling to the floor into the announce desk, and now Copeland extricates his partner from underneath the steps and is moving with speed, moving with purpose. He wants the tag.
Cope saved his partner and saved the match. Now he needs to get in here. Oh, great job, David Finlay.
Fingertips away. Nothing but air and hope between Cage and Cope.
Oh, back to the eyes.
Comes to the eyes, and in comes the Rated R Superstar.
Adam Copeland is a man unleashed here tonight against these dogs.
And Copeland sends Finlay for a ride. Changes his focus to Clark Connors' high boot.
Don't turn your back.
And Finlay was looking for a haymaker, but instead finds the wrong end of an impaler.
Whoa. Hooking both legs, really deep folding press there from the champion Copeland. An ill-tempered and capricious man, hell-bent on revenge and retaining the world titles.
And I think he's going to be a man fighting by himself. I'm not so sure that Cage can help him out anymore. He looked down towards him right there.
I think, Copeland looking for the spear, looking to end this as quickly as possible, but Finlay leapt over, and the dogs attack.
See in the right of your screen that Cage just got to his feet, and he drops down to one knee again. Once again, Cope is all alone.
Cope is all alone and surrounded on two sides. Finlay, Connors.
Watch out! Second time incoming. Nobody's safe here at ringside.
We never are. And David Finlay's not safe either.
Cope the splash across the back of Finlay. Christian goes over and Connors.
That's a great assist from Clark Connors there. Always knows where he needs to be for his partner in Finlay.
That's a great call, Walker. You are right. Clark Connors a very, very intelligent wrestler.
Copeland pursuing Connors on the floor. The high low, the chop block, and the spear combo. 1, 2, no!
Great determination by Cope. Great determination to get out of that.
These two young men really looking to make a name for themselves and claim the title. Dogs by name, dogs by nature.
Midsection on one side, back of the knee on the other, and that high-low.
Now looking for full clip. Their tag team finishing maneuver. Finlay attempting to invert. Oh, no!
That is a harsh landing to the outside for Court Connors there.
Great awareness from Adam Copeland. Hate to say it. He knew where the other opponent was and suplexed Finlay into Connors. But wait a second. The move that Christian Cage made famous.
No. Finlay greets him with that knee, but instead,
I told you.
Copeland covers. 2. No.
Christian Cage attacked the referee.
No, Clark Connors shoved Christian Cage into Stephon Smith. And Connors, rather than breaking up the pinning predicament, he knew exactly what he was doing. He shoved Christian Cage into the official.
And obviously, Stephon Smith hurting that shoulder.
Well, what happens now?
And Connors looking like the cat that caught the canary.
And Connors jawing, you see with Cope from one side to the other. Look at the jaw set by Cope.
2 men.
Oh, this is great.
Dueling spears.
5 bodies down.
Connors wanted to test himself, but found, oh, wait a second, Finlay with the shillelagh in his hand.
Of course. All those family ties we were talking about earlier, they all come back to that shillelagh in the head.
Oh, watch out.
Oh, my God.
Right across the skull.
And referee Stephon Smith still down. Has no idea what just occurred to Christian Cage, and now what is about to occur to Adam Copeland.
It is a kiss of death from that shillelagh.
Holy smokes, what in hell is going on?
The lights are out here. We apologize for the darkness. It's Colton, Austin Gunn, Juice Robinson, Ace Austin, the Bang Bang Gang.
What are they doing here?
Well, they've had their share of battles with the dogs. The Switchblade has returned!
Look at Jay White!
More than a year away from the ring. Switchblade Jay White returns. And the spear levels Finlay. 1, 2, 3.
Can't believe it.
Your winners is AEW World Tag Team Champions Christian Cage and the Reigning Honor Superstar Adam Copeland.
AEW 世界タッグ選手権チェンはアダム・コープランド、クリスチャン・ケージ組の勝利です。
Walker, both the dogs and the Bang Bang Gang can trace their roots back to Bullet Club. And it was when David Finlay took control of Bullet Club. It was at the expense of Switchblade Jay White, a fact that he seemingly has not forgotten.
Cash Jay White out of the Bullet Club. Cash Jay White out of New Japan Pro Wrestling entirely. Jay White is back with a vengeance here tonight. And a hell of an assist for Cope and Cage.
Look at that. Cage not so sure, but the leader of the Bang Bang Gang has returned dramatically.
But Nigel, was it out of respect for Christian Cage and Adam Copeland? Or was it due to animosity towards the dogs? We may never know.
We may not ever know, but one thing we do know, The veteran team of Cope and Cage will leave San Jose still the AEW World Tag Team Champions. For the Bang Bang Gang, there are more questions than answers.
Tony, without the leadership of Switchblade Jay White, the Bang Bang Gang, they seem to be a bit wayward. Now, do you think his presence will help right the ship for the boys?
I don't think there's any question. You can see it. Almost a celebration going on and still going on at the top of the ramp. Going to give this group a lot of momentum. As you can see, all these men are really top-notch athletes.
And Finley and Connors defied here by the surprising return of Switchblade Jay White, but they hung with the champions until the bitter end. They were seemingly on the precipice of claiming the titles. And that day may yet come, but it will not be today.
For Cope and Cage, the dream continues. But if you want to talk about dreams, you've got to talk about Maya World.
Now we're on the precipice of our triple main event here tonight at Forbidden Door. But fans, you can download the official theme song of AEW's Forbidden Door, Who's Having Fun by Drain, available now on Spotify and Apple Music. And as you mentioned, Nigel, earlier today, both Mercedes Moné and Maya World arriving to the SAP Center here in San Jose. Maya World's Cinderella story looks to continue here tonight, but Mercedes Moné looks to become the first ever two-time Owen Hart Foundation Women's Tournament champion. That match takes place next in San Jose.
This was a shocking and heartbreaking week for Maya World. Tragically, unexpectedly lost her younger brother, Jituan. It was because of her brother that she fell in love with professional wrestling, wanted to be a wrestler, and tonight she gets to live out her dream.
Oh my God, what an upset!
People expect other people to win, but expectations don't win matches. I did.
Dreams don't win championships.
Congratulations on making it to the Owen Cup Finals. I have carried this entire industry on my back for way too long to let my biggest fan try to take what's mine.
She's someone who I've studied. I've probably watched every match of hers ever. If I want to be successful, I don't need to follow that blueprint exactly, but I know that's a good place to start.
You have spent your whole life trying to make it here. Well, I spent mine making history and becoming a global icon.
Every win, every moment that I've had so far just goes to show that my time is now. I am the it girl, and this is it.
Go crazy.
This bout set for one fall is to determine the winner of the 2026 Owen Hart Foundation Women's Tournament. Personal request from Dallas, Texas, Maya World.
Owen Hart Foundation Tournament 女子決勝戦163センチ68キロ
Maya there with the support of her longtime friend, Hyan. But right now, let's head to ringside and Renee Paquette for this update.
Maya World continues to find her new normal ever since the tragic loss of her brother just a few weeks ago. But it's in that loss that she's continued to fight for her destiny. She told me that Mercedes Moné was my idol, but it is my time now. Nobody expected me to be here, but expectations don't win matches. I do.
Maya World was not even supposed to be in the Owen Hart Foundation tournament, yet she now finds herself making her way to the finals and one step away from Wembley Stadium.
And her opponent from Boston, Massachusetts, the CEO, Mercedes
165センチ、ご祝儀、ザ・ CEO、メルセデス・マネー。
Mercedes Moné entered this year's Owen Hart Foundation tournament as the wild card, defeating Alex Windsor in the opening round, Hazuki in the semis to reach the finals for the second consecutive year. Last year in the Owen finals, Mercedes defeated Jamie Hayter to win her first Owen and would go on to unsuccessfully challenge the then AEW Women's World Champion timeless Toni Storm at All in Texas, her first loss inside an AEW ring. Since then, only Chris Statlander, Alex Windsor, and Willow Nightingale have defeated Mercedes in head-to-head competition. Can we add Maya World's name to that list?
Great question. Maya World told TV Insider, I don't think it's settled in that I'm facing Mercedes. It probably won't until after the bell rings at Forbidden Door, which it's about to. She's got to realize that Mercedes Moné is, in my mind, one of the great women wrestlers of all time.
One of the great wrestlers of all time. And fans, to learn more about the mission and the message of the Owen Hart Foundation, you can visit owenhartfoundation.org. Nigel, we saw the first in-ring experience of Maya World and Mercedes Moné last night on Collision. Mercedes and Athena got the better of Maya and High. Oh, wait a second. The roll-up to quick cover. Maya looking for a shock victory here again. The roll-up and Mercedes getting caught, and Maya a third time, but Mercedes bails out.
That third pinfall attempt was the one that she used to defeat her mentor, Athena, in the semi-final. So trying to go to the same book of tricks. She's going to need something different if she's going to advance to Wembley Stadium. But players, can you just imagine what it must be like for Maya World, the butterflies, the journey that she has been on over the last month?
I mean, Nigel, I've been able to be a part of that journey firsthand. I called the first couple matches of Maya World's career on the independent wrestling scene. World has always wanted to step into the ring with Mercedes Moné, and it could not come with more pressure tonight in San Jose.
And remember, all of this has occurred in the shadow of the tragic passing of Maya's brother earlier this month. But she found solace in being around her friends, her colleagues, and has said that everything she does in her career from here on out will be in his memory, and she is giving it straight to the CEO.
Yeah, mocking Mercedes, the way Mercedes presents herself in the ring, trying to get under Mercedes' skin. How about that?
Truthfully, gentlemen, there's a lot of Mercedes Moné-ism inside of Maya World. You can see it in her arsenal, the way she presents herself. Maya World is far from a carbon copy of Mercedes Moné. This is the next level.
And Maya on the move through the ropes, catch. Oh, Mercedes too overeager and spills to the floor.
I think when you say Maya's just been one step ahead here in the early going.
Hannibal senton. And Nigel, having called as many Mercedes matches as we have, we know that she does not deal well with being shown up. And right now, the young Maya World is showing up the CEO.
Well, I think even by her own admission, Mercedes Moné would say she has a large ego. She is a formidable and resplendent professional wrestler who now finally getting a little bit of respite after it hasn't been the opening to the former TBS champion.
I think a large ego is correct, Nigel, but also I think you can use the word fragile as well.
Maya drops back, now off the middle rope. Taking a page out of the CEO's playbook right there is Maya World. You alluded to it, Walker, and now looking for the statement maker, but Mercedes, great submission defense.
Maya has great technique, taught out at the DFW All-Pro Wrestling School down in Dallas, Texas. Maya World is an incredible athlete in her own right. But this is easily, bar none, the most high-pressure situation of young Maya World's career. I mean, Nigel, as an in-ring competitor yourself, can you talk to us a little bit about what that might feel like for World?
Yeah, you get a feeling in your stomach. I'm sure everybody's experienced the nerves when you realize you're on a big stage and the world is watching, or at least anybody that you care about. But you've got to put it to one side. You've got to understand these opportunities, they're not going to come again. You've done the work. And you've got to let it go, let the chips fall where they may.
Mercedes, you just feel the confidence radiating off of her. turning the tables on Maya World in a very quick moment, and now returning Maya to the ring. Mercedes looking for a cover. Lateral press. Maya able to bridge out of it, but Mercedes drags Maya right down.
Kind of interested to know what Aubrey Edwards was saying to Maya in the corner there that gave a break, and then things turned around for Mercedes. That was interesting. It kind of slowed down Maya.
Whatever it was, Mercedes Moné took the advantage and has moved forward and showing you why she really is a world-class champion athlete. 2025 was almost her year. She had more gold than the Incas before. A couple of turns of fate took a lot of the gold from her. Cover.
Maya looking for the cradle. No, instead rolls through. Vertical suplex. Mercedes may have been expecting. Wait, now Maya the cover. Mercedes may have been expecting the roll up, but Maya zagging where Mercedes thought that she was going to zig.
I've often wondered with those 13 titles Mercedes held, if that was good or bad for her in the long run. I mean, I know it's a great talking point. It's a bragging point. 13 became her unlucky number. But it seems like she lost them as quickly as she won them.
And the higher your rise, the deeper your fall, Tony. I think you make a great point on that one.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of falling.
Speaking of making a point right there, Mercedes Moné. Oh, no.
Mercedes.
My world.
Oh, Meteora crushing Maya against the ring apron.
Well, you can see Maya looked up just about the time the knees came crashing. She saw it coming. She couldn't move.
Mercedes not done yet. A second Meteora.
Oh, my.
Gentlemen, for as much as Maya World has looked up to, has been inspired by Mercedes Moné, you have to imagine that she studied a lot of her arsenal, a lot of her game plan. You have to wonder where we're going to see that come into effect tonight.
We haven't thus far. We've seen Maya World try to mimic the former TBS champion. A Timu Mercedes Moné, if you will.
Oh, another Meteora into a pinning predicament. Deep cover. Maya explodes out.
Match continues. As right here, textbook Mercedes Moné. And she has maintained the offense back inside, coming ever so close to moving forward to Wembley Stadium.
So at the 30th of August, the winners of both the men's and women's Owen Hart Foundation tournament this year will challenge for their respective world championships. As a whip over the top, and Mercedes another one, bringing Maya around, and now Mercedes another Meteora, another pinning attempt, and Maya another escape.
Meteora has certainly paid dividends. To your point, Walker, if she does have a reversal to it, we haven't seen it thus far.
And Mercedes, this is the confidence. This is the confidence of a woman that at one time held 13 championship titles, a woman that won the Owen Hart Foundation tournament last year and is looking to make it 2 in a row.
And a woman who has been named by AEW CEO Tony Khan as one of the new 4 pillars of this company, along with Tekla, Carl Fletcher, and Kevin Knight.
Yeah, very simply one of the greatest wrestlers in the world. No doubt. Trendsetter. Changed the women's wrestling world.
It didn't just do that in America, did so in Japan as well, as a former IWGP Women's Champion and Stardom in New Japan.
And now, Aubrey Edwards, she was on the outside checking with Maya World. I'm not sure what type of injury it may be, but as Mercedes to the outside, returning Maya to the relative safety of the ring.
Moné taking umbrage to the support for her opponent, who perhaps she doesn't feel is on the level of a CEO.
A lot of confidence for Mercedes Moné, and rightfully so, but
backstabber. Mercedes hanging on that straight jacket.
Yeah, straight jacket backstabber. How about that?
And Mercedes, as you mentioned, Nigel, taking umbrage with the the lack of the count by Aubrey Edwards. And I mean, of course, she's there to determine the winner and loser of the match, but she's also there for the safety, the health of both athletes.
Just to make sure that both competitors can adequately defend themselves and continue the matchup.
Yeah, right now, Maya World has absolutely no defense. She can't even cover up right now.
You've seen with both victories on the part of Maya World how it only takes 3 seconds, and when her opponents thought they had a beat.
Oh! We questioned when those counters would come into effect. We're seeing it now, gentlemen.
Now Maya, sunset flip. She had Mercedes tight, but Mercedes rolled back, able to escape. Maya boot to the midsection, hammer throw into the corner. Mercedes.
Oh,
elevates. Oh, wait a second, Mercedes.
A beautiful transition into it. No.
Maya
had it scouted.
Escapes, and now Maya likes that backwards bridging suplex, but instead Mercedes able to transition. No, Maya transitions. And Mercedes counters, rolls through, and the stomp. Mercedes taking a page out of Maya's playbook.
What a tremendous back and forth by both women that time. Both women.
Mercedes leg hooked, cover made, but Maya makes the escape. The butterflies that must be going through the stomach of Maya World, not only competing in the finals of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament on this global stage, but competing.
You will never beat me.
Competing against a woman that she idolized, a woman that inspired Maya to become a professional wrestler. Watching these matches of Mercedes alongside her brother, how meaningful it must be for her to be in this position.
Talking trash to Maya, saying you don't deserve to be in the ring with me, Maya World. Oh, proving to the contrary.
Wow. Stoked a fire in Maya, didn't it? Take a look at this young lady. Oh!
Mercedes handful of hair. Maya again with the up kicks. And now the roll up. And Maya the stop this time. Compressing the CEO.
This is real valuable recovery time right here for Maya World over in this in these ropes here, gentlemen. And definitely a big need as this match rolls on here tonight. Maya World looks to put down an icon and her idol to complete a Cinderella story that no one could have imagined coming to fruition.
Nigel, think back to the first time you competed on a stage like this. This is Maya's biggest match of her career. Wow. Controlling your breathing, controlling your emotions is as vital as your offense that you inflict on your opponent.
Oh, absolutely, really. Oh, the mental game just as important as the physical. Maya World, the longer this match goes, the more those butterflies, I believe, will take flight.
Whoa!
Beautiful cutter into the cover.
The leg hook, cover made. Ooh, narrow escape by Mercedes.
That really wasn't even a kick out. She just raised the left arm and pulled it over to the right to get out of it.
What you need to do is make one of those shoulders even an inch off the mat.
That's what she did.
We talked about the influence of Mercedes Moné. That was the influence of Maya's mentor, Athena. Oh, Shining Wizard.
Shining Wizard, that's one of her finishing maneuvers.
Comes through, but too close to the ropes is Maya. A mental lapse there, and it may have cost her the tournament.
It's big match jitters right now for Maya World. She's got to try and overcome this.
The up kick from Mercedes. Now, Maya. Into the ropes, and Mercedes. Now Mercedes. Wow. The suplex. Perhaps the Three Amigos.
Yeah, we see it coming. She really can execute a suplex as well as anyone can, Mercedes. And she's feeling it. You can see a smile on her face.
But a mixed reaction for the CEO. I think Maya World may have won over the sickos here in San Jose. But either way, she completes the Three Amigos.
As much as Maya World idolized Mercedes Moné, Moné idolized Eddie Guerrero.
I think we all did.
Perhaps she'll be sharing a heavenside seat with Maya World's brother. I'd like to think so.
Mercedes, utter disrespect to her opponent stepping over. And stepping over her again. And my world, she can't afford to be disheartened by something like that from Mercedes. She needs to keep her composure. She needs to keep her head in the game. As Mercedes, the frog splash, and Maya, the knees were up, Walker.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It is one thing to step into the ring with your idol. It is a whole different ball game to pin them in the ring, and we might see it here.
1, 2. No. And, Mercedes captures the arm statement maker. She's got Maya trapped center of the ring.
Maya's reaching, but you're right, center of the ring. It's held her right dead at the E.
Maya's been in this hold before. Knows how painful it is, but in the middle of the most important match of her career.
The only saving grace for Maya is that Mercedes is not on her hip, but now Mercedes adjusts her positioning and forces Maya to try to make the crawl to the rope. She does, and Maya reverses. 1, 2, no! Very nearly the third consecutive upset for Maya World. At some point, you have to stop calling it an upset. But coming against last year's winner, I think the description would be apt. Maya World.
Here it comes, beautiful.
Bridging back suplex, Maya transitions over, maintains control of the CEO.
Is that a good move or not? She had her.
Maya second. 1-0.
Yep. She wants one more.
Can she complete the trifecta?
The hell of an effort.
Wait, Maya looking over her shoulder. And Mercedes through the ropes.
It takes a killer instinct to put down your own hero. Maya World is proving that she has that in spades here tonight.
But was this a mistake? Will we go back and look at this and say she had Mercedes down twice, but the third time just threw her out of the ring?
Well, you can look at it on two sides. Certainly more impact and a more awkward landing for Monet, but you can't beat your opponent on the outside other than by a count out, and I don't believe that's happening with the CEO. Watch out.
Maya on the move, building up momentum. Tope suicida from Maya.
Looking to go worldwide, looking to go international, all the way to Wembley Stadium is Maya World.
Maya lost her footing for a second, regains her composure, finds her spot on the top rope, and Maya, big senton from Maya World. 1, 2, no!
Mercedes was kicking those legs in the air from the count of 1 and finally got out of it.
1 month ago, if you'd have told me Maya World would be coming close to defeating Mercedes Monet in the final of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament, Forbidden Door, her first pay-per-view, I would have said you were crazy. But we are here, and Maya World coming ever so close, stuck the landing, and you can see the reaction from Monet. Pain right down into the midsection, and somehow the CEO continues.
Remember, this match not just to determine who wins the 2026 Owen Hart Foundation Women's Tournament, but who will challenge for the AEW World Championship on August 30th at Wembley Stadium. Maya puts on the brakes.
Yeah, that's where Maya World has been watching tapes.
No doubt about it.
Maya, the head of Mercedes, trapped against that top turnbuckle, the thrust kick. And now Maya on the move, sunset flip powerbomb. Mercedes holding on for dear life on that top rope. Maya releases her grip. Mercedes instead counters.
Watch out.
And
couldn't complete.
Yeah, Mercedes
tries a second attempt.
Lost her grip.
Yep.
And no.
And again, Maya World putting the brakes on.
And
Maya World did the best she could, making sure that Monet couldn't complete the powerbomb in the corner, but look at this.
A sunset flip bomb. I think that may have been better for Mercedes than whatever she originally intended, Nigel.
It was as devastating a maneuver, and here comes.
The knees in the corner. Mercedes brings Maya out, cover. 2. No, Maya still alive in this match still alive in this tournament.
Gentlemen, you can argue the longer that this match rolls on here, the more frustration you're going to start to see worn on the face of Mercedes Moné tonight.
You can see it right there, Walker.
But look how much time Moné has now to compose herself.
Yeah, it was a look of worry, a look of frustration, and then all of a sudden, it's as if Mercedes has an idea of what to do next.
It's like she's found her center again. Mercedes Moné is really looking to try and put this one away quicker than quick, and has got to put Maya World in position to do so.
Mercedes with Maya inverted center of the ring. Like the lung blower from this position, but she's got a lot of options, including those knee strikes. And Milo reverses. Mercedes rough landing on the back of her head. Maya World on the move. Weaves underneath, rolls through, pinning predicament, loses control. Mercedes now adjusts, backslide.
Who's going to get the pin here?
Oh, wait. Money maker for Mercedes. 1, 2. No! Maya kicks out.
Maya World has been waiting nearly a decade to kick out of that maneuver.
Win or lose, somewhat of a coming out party here for Maya World, establishing herself as one of the top females in AEW.
Nigel, for whatever butterflies, whatever nerves that Maya World may have been feeling, something tells me that they have quieted down. She is functioning on instinct alone at this point.
Butterflies. If there were any butterflies, they'd have flown up to the rafters with that chant. Oh, looking for a second attempt.
Maya escapes, ducks underneath, rolls through, bridges back, 1, 2.
Mercedes' strong legs got her out of that one.
Oh, the knee right between the eyes. And now Mercedes, backstabber.
Oh, no, Maya World
hanging on.
the grip.
Now Maya was hanging on to that middle rope. Disrupted the grip of Mercedes Moné, and now Maya. Maya, the sunset flip, powerbomb on the floor. Wow, Maya World pulling out all the stops.
Talked about killer instinct earlier on in the night. Maya World is proving she has such in spades.
And Maya.
Oh, keep your footing, Maya.
The moonsault. And now Maya on the move.
Yeah, get Mercedes in the ring right now. Right now, there you go.
You can feel the urgency for Maya World continuing to build as the final of the Owen Hart Women's Tournament continues to roll on.
Maya, the moonsault press from the middle. The cover, 2. No!
You've got to be kidding.
They are on their feet. An impossible dream. Can it come true? Maya World has got to believe it. First of all, the impact to the outside, very little give. A big risk, but it paid off for the challenger here. And then low impact in terms of where the body landed with a deep hook of her leg. Look at the shoulder, just off the mat, but she's there. Maya World is moments away.
No, wait a second, Mercedes blocks, rolls through, 2. Maya able to kick out, and now Maya finds herself with a statement maker.
Is this it?
Oh, man.
Is this the moment? Does the world change for Maya World?
Maya World is wrenching back. Look at this. She's got her arm over the nose of Mercedes.
And Mercedes appears to be panicking as she makes the crawl. Maya tightens her grip, wrenches back, hand fighting from Mercedes.
So close. The CEO desperately.
Maya is fighting the hardest fight of her entire career to try and keep Mercedes Moné in the center, and rolls right to the center. Once again,
but wait, Mercedes was ready for it. Transitions.
Maya World is caught in the clutches of the CEO.
face of Monet says it all. She desperately wants this match to end. She does not want to lose a match she couldn't dream of a month ago.
And Mercedes drops the grip, captures the arm, redoubles her efforts. Maya World.
Don't tap.
Can she withstand this?
Come on, Maya. Come on, Maya. Keep the dream alive.
Get there. That bottom rope.
Maya so close.
Get there, get there.
Use the leg, the right leg.
Come on, Maya, do it. Now Mercedes.
Center.
1, 2.
No.
Maya. Oh,
The world is on the edge of their seat tonight.
Maya with Mercedes. No, Mercedes escapes. The cuff road backstabber.
Wow.
And Mercedes rolls through, transitions. A statement maker with the arm captured. And Maya World.
It's all come to an end.
The winner of this match and the winner of the 2026 Owen Hart Foundation Women's Tournament, the CEO, Mercedes Moné.
What an incredible match!
Mercedes Moné becomes the first athlete to win 2 Owen Hart Foundation tournaments, and she has done so in back-to-back years. Nigel, a feat I do not believe we will see soon replicated.
Highly unlikely. The CEO, once again, the top of the league, the very best there is in the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. A deserved winner. But the reason I'm standing, because of the competitor in the ring.
Absolutely. You're looking at maybe the greatest women wrestler I've ever seen. But the lady in the ring who's rolling out right now, we're talking about Maya World, has established herself as a definite star in the women's division in AEW.
And to have followed Maya World's professional wrestling journey since her very first steps inside a ring in Dallas, Texas, Maya World fought with all the heart that she possibly could have put into this fight. And it has all come to an end. Mercedes Moné is your winner tonight.
And gentlemen, we now know who will be challenging for the AEW Women's World Championship at All in London on August 30th. It will be the CEO, the 2-time Owen Hart Foundation tournament winner, Mercedes Moné. The AEW World Championship has eluded Mercedes thus far. Will August 30th be her night? But right now, let's go to the back and Renee Paquette.
What an unreal match. Athena Mercedes Moné just made history, now winning the Owen Hart Foundation tournament 2 years in a row with that victory over Maya World. What's your reaction?
I mean, Renee, clearly the better woman won. Are you dumb? See, I would love to tell you I'm surprised, but I'm not. It's all because of this paradox. See, I am the greatest champion of all time. But yet when it comes to my pupils, they're filled with constant disappointment and regret. Maya World, for example, she thinks that she's championship material all because she has a fluke victory over me. But that's not the case. If I didn't have that lapse in judgment, no one would know who in the hell Maya World even is. But you know what, baby girl? Maya, you keep fighting that good fight. You keep dreaming those big dreams, Miss Self-Proclaimed It Girl. Because when it comes to me, it belongs at the back of the line.
Well, Athena with some very harsh words, I would say undeservedly harsh words for Maya World, who put on an incredible effort in the face of not only elite-level competition, but in the face of adversity itself, Tony.
I think we can read between the lines here. Athena's still very angry that she was not in this matchup. No doubt about it. Congratulations. What a great match, gentlemen. What a tremendous women's matchup.
A tremendous matchup indeed. But now for the second of our 3 main events, as we take a look at that cage. 4.5, more than 4.5 metric tons of steel coming down to surround the ring and to lock 12 men inside. At stake, a shot at the AEW World Championship for Mark Briscoe. But MJF has intended to stack the deck against the opposing team.
Maxwell Jacob Friedman. Let me take you back to 2023. My brother, my tag team partner, in the blink of an eye, gone. Couldn't find no joy making my debut in AEW. Came across some friends, was down to conglomerate. Finally, I felt the joy. And then we crossed paths.
If your brother was here in the flesh tonight, he'd say, chicken, it shouldn't have been me in that accident.
I've never felt the hatred that you made me feel.
It should have been
you. You know damn well what happened when I got my hands on you. I pinned your bloody ass right in the middle of this ring. Now you got something that I want, that AEW world title. If I want something, then I'ma earn it. I talk to the boss. 6 on 6. We gonna do all that in a steel cage. Mark, if your team wins, you get a guaranteed title shot. I'm gonna be walking onto the battlefield shoulder to shoulder with my brothers who I would die for. They would die for me. Max, who you got?
The Jet, Kevin Nash, Jake Doyle, Okada, Kyle Fletcher.
We get it, Andrade next. You're actually delusional enough to think you have a prayer at obtaining the Triple B.
You call yourself the devil. Ain't that cute? I don't know if you read the book, but you lose. I got this voice inside of me that says you was born to fly. I got that little voice inside of me that says with wings like an eagle, we gon' mount up.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this steel cage match set for one fall, there will be no countout, no disqualification, no escape. 12 men are about to enter Death's Door. Introducing first, to be accompanied by Don Callis, the Bruno Star Kyle Fletcher, Andrade El Idolo, the Rainmaker Kazuchika Okada, Jake Doyle, the TNT Champion Kevin Knight, and the AEW World Champion Maxwell Jacob Friedman, MJF.
Gentlemen, the question going through my head right now, looking at this all-star team, is this the best team that money could buy?
Well, I think it's the only team that money could buy. I think MJF had nowhere else to go, knowing that Don Callis loves money. It was easy.
I think it's money well spent. Look at the caliber of teammates that MJF
Ladies and gentlemen, your 3-time All Elite Wrestling World Champion, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, MJF.
Friedman spent a lot of money assembling this team. Apparently, Callis has bought a house in Italy with the money and called it Shea Friedman. Kevin Knight, the TNT champion. Jake Doyle. I suppose the bigger question is, how did Don Callis get everyone to wear those T-shirts?
Reach for the sky, boy. And their opponents, Darby Allin, the AEW International Champion, the Alpha Katanoski Contender, the AEW World Trials Champion, Roger Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, Rachel Squeeze, Orange Cassidy, and Mark
Briscoe, the last man that MJF wants to see earn a shot at the AEW World Championship. And Briscoe could do so with his team's victory here tonight. It's not elimination. There's no escape. It is one pinfall or submission to a finish. And it looks like Team Briscoe has come armed for battle.
Look at that Team Briscoe. Look at Darby Allin. The daredevil, the risk taker, has elected to start this match on top of the cage. And what's he got in the bag?
Well, anything goes. 12 men are stepping through death's door.
And once that door shuts, once it is locked, there will be no stopping these 12 men from living out the most violent things. That pop into their head.
Oh my, you gotta be kidding me.
Walk away. Smart decision, Walker.
Yeah, get out of his way, Walker. He's a mental case.
Don Callis has just forcibly removed Walker Stewart from the announce desk. Don,
you're a bully.
That's completely uncalled for.
He's twice my size, but, you know, I'm a powerful man. I hope he gets a late flight back to Japan with multiple connections.
Here we go.
Here we go. The bell is rung. We are off to the races. Death's door.
I think we can safely say this is going to be a fight like we have never seen, that I have never seen in all my years of covering pro wrestling. Whoa.
Tony Nigel, I don't know about you, but when I saw that cage come down just feet in front of our desk, I got a pit in the bottom of my stomach.
A very scary sight, no doubt.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword for me. Seeing the cage there, I feel a little bit safer that everybody's on the inside. But that makes it even more dangerous for those of them who are.
As Kyle O'Reilly has MJF isolated in the corner, holding him there for Mark Briscoe, but MJF escapes. Briscoe, though, on the move. Scissor kick through the ropes. Sends Kevin Knight, the TNT champion, crashing into the steel.
This is certainly Mark Briscoe's type of match. Wait a second. Oh,
MJF cutting Briscoe off.
Don, we've said before, you will do anything for money. What you've done here, you've risked in your athletes, your great athletes, at the expense of some money from MJF. One of your guys, maybe more than one, can get hurt in this thing.
What I've done is assembled the greatest dream team in the history of this industry, Shivani.
Andrade El Idolo targeting Kyle O'Reilly and Jake Doyle now with Darby Allin. Oh, the powerbomb against the ring apron. Doyle not done. Instead, God, he's so... Doyle likes a Darby. And powerbomb just bouncing him off the unforgiving steel.
Simple physics, Nigel. Would you agree?
Absolutely, an absolute monster of the man. Look what he's doing. He's picking up Kevin Knight, the TNT champion, to celebrate. A little early for that.
As Konosuke Takeshita, the AEW International Champion, was down. Roderick Strong sent into the cage by the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada.
It will be interesting to see how the different conflicts work out in this matchup. Don, there certainly has been some conflicts between some of the members on your team.
Wait a second, the Don Callis family members just taking turns bouncing Mark Briscoe's head off the steel cage.
No one in this dressing room likes Mark Briscoe.
See
That's
this
why.
loser? That's a complete fabrication, Don.
It sure is.
MJF, he had to pay for his team. Mark Briscoe, he had guys lined up around the block to be part of his team.
Yeah, my guys were worth paying for. His weren't. How about that?
Right now, table.
Especially that turncoat Takeshita.
Andrade El Idolo just bouncing Briscoe's head off that table that's been set up right in front of our announce desk. But as you mentioned, Nigel, the cage separating us from the carnage unfolding.
Is that the one? Back inside. More tables potentially to be used. Kevin Knight there. Oh, look at that. That's nice.
Got their own table, Don.
Get that paid for, Don.
What a gorgeous likeness of me that is. I mean, really impressive, right?
That really captured your eyes.
What are you talking about? These T-shirts are selling out since we've all come out here and worn them. This is going to be fantastic.
Boy, to say that Jake Doyle has been effective in this one is understatement.
He's a beast.
And what a boon to the Don Callis family. Doyle's return from injury has been. He's been a true difference maker, Don. As people here in San Jose, not apparently fans of Don Callis. Can't imagine why.
Yeah, California scumbags.
The cheer we never get tired of here.
Yeah, one of the conflicts that I was going to bring up. Andrade El Idolo has made no secret of his title. Wait a second.
What is Max doing here?
Not hiding secrets.
Andrade to keep his pants on, but now Okada attempting to play peacemaker between MJF and Andrade.
Why would anyone want to get Andrade to keep his pants on, Excalibur?
Andrade, he's a man that has had designs on the AEW World Championship, but through a variety of... Whoa, Roderick Strong. That's a hockey equipment bag. We're at the SAP Center, home of the San Jose Sharks, and Roderick Strong, whatever's in that bag, he was swinging it, but Okada, a swift boot to the face, takes Roderick Strong out.
We might stuff Roderick Strong into that bag, and that might be how he goes home tonight.
Oh, Mark Briscoe. Little redneck kung fu on target on Okada.
Oh, here we go.
Now the conglomeration, they came to the ring with those.
He's got a Nintendo.
A Nintendo Entertainment System, yes.
An original one.
What a nerd.
And
that might be worth a lot of money.
And they got some controllers. And lashing Okada and lashing Briscoe using it to batter Kevin Knight, the TNT champion, in the opposite corner. And Kyle O'Reilly.
That's about the only thing that's good for nowadays.
Kyle Fletcher moving.
Oh! His head hit the back of that piece of garbage Nintendo thing there.
And now Kyle O'Reilly putting the cartridge in.
What is it?
And he blew on it first, of course.
Yeah, of course. Bring us back to the 80s with Donkey Kong, would you please?
Yes! Bouncing the NES off the head of Kyle Fletcher.
This is great.
Now Briscoe, what does he have?
Probably a Sega system or something like that.
Oh,
something more evil.
Nobody got those for Christmas. Oh, Fletcher's already bloodied up.
Fletcher now opened up. with a blow to the head, and now could be punctured multiple times over, but Jake Doyle intervenes, an elbow to O'Reilly, an elbow to Briscoe.
Save the day for Kyle Fletcher.
Doyle to the outside, Roderick Strong on the move and steps through a drop kick, sends Doyle crashing into the steel.
I tell you, Roderick Strong.
Looks like Doyle, though, just hoisted up Roderick Strong. And now swinging him left and right.
So far, gentlemen.
Whoa, Briscoe.
I was about to say they've had no answer for the power of Doyle, but Briscoe with a great dive.
Kyle Fletcher, as you mentioned, opened up, Nigel. And now that controller wrapped around his own.
Oh, my God. Oh!
O'Reilly face first into the middle turnbuckle pad.
One Dart City, but I thought he was going to go into the tax at the first.
Well, Mark Briscoe has his focus there, perhaps.
Remember, it was the tables and tax match last year between Mark Briscoe and MJF.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's grabbing him by the beard. No! Into the tax.
Look at his shoulders, my God! Oh, my God!
But Darby Allin into the fray, the skateboard. And
oh, that face says it all.
But meanwhile, MJF in from behind.
Darby Allin is a disgusting street urchin.
Darby Allin is a former AEW World Champion, Don. Put some respect on his name.
Watch out, right above the tax.
MJF, he's felt the sting of these tacks before. He's felt the Jay Driller before. He wants absolutely no part of it. Darby on the move. MJF looking to make the first cover of the match, and Darby kicks out.
Oh, my God.
Oh, these are wonderful.
I think
these are scenes we'll never forget.
I think one of the attacks went into Darby's eye.
You may be right. On his hands and everything.
Watch
again.
this replay. Watch Darby's face.
Watch Darby's arms.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're laughing about this, Don.
Of course I am.
You're laughing because you're on the outside, Don.
I'm very safe right here.
Is MJF a push broom?
Doing the smart thing.
The first time he's done anything remotely resembling manual labor the first time in his life.
The responsible thing.
Pushing a broom is what Darby will be doing after we get done with him tonight.
Okada on the outside, as you can see, as MJF sweeping those tacks away. Hey, listen, he's not going to be able to sweep every one of them out. Going to see some remnants in there, I'm sure.
He's going to try.
Right there on the apron. Look, they're on the floor. Can't get rid of it.
Right in front of our desk. It's easier than it looks, Max. It's harder than it looks, excuse me. Yeah.
Max really the only one on his feet right now.
Yeah, on the outside. Looked off my monitor.
Uh-oh, what? Oh, my. Damn, that was good. Did you enjoy that one, Don?
I hate Orange Cassidy.
Orange Cassidy working smarter, not harder. Now what does he have in his bag of tricks? Willow Nightingale sending her regards. A little luck for Team Briscoe. And some orange slices.
Oh, no. Listen.
Yeah, come on.
Listen. Like the World Cup, they're having a hydration break.
You've been waiting all night for that one, haven't you?
Just came to the top of my mind.
And the referee's going to, Bryce Richmond's going to join him.
And there's plenty to go around. Throw one over there.
There's also something else. If some of the orange gets in Kyle Fletcher's head.
Oh, well, yes.
Well,
I believe that's what.
Yeah, it's not going to be nice at all.
Oh, the citric acid.
Yes. That's it.
What are we doing here?
This is disgusting.
What's going on?
And that brings in Andrade El Idolo.
What's
and
next?
Okada.
Thumb screws? I mean, come on.
Andrade was looking to powerbomb Orange Cassidy outside of the ring onto the table. Orange Cassidy desperately fighting, trying to make escape. Kyle O'Reilly busted open.
Look at this backstabber.
And now Takeshita.
Here is the conflict we all knew was coming. Takeshita took the title from Okada. And payback.
Stole the title, you mean?
Is a bitch.
Two of the greatest Japanese wrestlers today.
Two of the greatest wrestlers.
Both a part of AEW. Whoa, that last one was a haymaker, Don.
Takeshita with his backpack. What did he bring?
Oh, good Lord, what can we possibly see here?
Okada still reeling from that strike exchange with the international champion, and Takeshita really digging deep for...
Oh, I know what's coming out of this bag.
He found it. Oh, that was tremendous.
What a prick.
Even got a smile on the face of Okada.
But in from behind is Kyle Fletcher. Takeshita breaks the grip of Fletcher. Takeshita on the move. Block the lariat. Wild swing by both men, half and half. And Fletcher on the move.
Wow. Red hot.
And nope. Escape by Takeshita, but into the grip of the Rainmaker. Oh! Okada very nearly imploding there. As Takeshita thinking Blue Thunder, but instead an escape from Okada. Oh no! Takeshita carries over. And friendly fire by your guys, Don.
Save me! Save me!
No, Fletcher screaming, save me.
Sit out.
Takeshita.
Sit out.
The last man you want to find in the position to deliver a German suplex is the Alpha, Konosuke Takeshita.
Takeshita has always been jealous of Kyle Fletcher and Okada, and we're seeing it here tonight. It's disgusting, in my opinion.
What we saw was superhuman strength, and now the team. Here it is once again. Look at this.
I don't want to look at it.
Look at the power.
But back to live action. Kevin Knight entered the fray, but so did Darby Allin. Darby, the man that Kevin Knight turned his back on last month at Double or Nothing. And Darby uncorking his frustration with the TNT champion Knight.
It's Knight, who followed the advice of Swerve Strickland, who's still to come in tonight's final main event, who told Kevin Knight, if you want to compete with killers, you've got to be a killer.
And he did one better. He joined the Don Callis family, Nigel.
The family of killers.
I was going to say that, and then becomes a part of Don Callis. What a shotgun dropkick.
Yeah, Darby is impressive, there's no doubt.
Code Red!
I'll say this, Darby's title reign was one of the most impressive things I've seen in this business in my 36 years.
You're right. I agree with that, Don. I don't agree with much you say, but you're right.
Darby to the top, and Jake Doyle sweeps up the leg, and Doyle now. It's a chair.
Jake Doyle's having a night, Excalibur.
He most certainly is, Don. I would say thus far the MVP of Team DC MJF. And remember the Continental Classic. It was Kevin Knight delivering a coast-to-coast dropkick to Darby Allin that took Darby out of the tournament. It could take Darby out of this match. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, the athleticism.
Well, this could be it. This could be everything.
1, 2, no! Briscoe there to save things for his team.
Despite all these fun and games, let's not forget what this is all about. The chance for Mark Briscoe to earn a world title opportunity.
Whoa, wow. Turn him inside out.
And on the floor. Oh,
gee, he just threw it right at his freaking head.
Well, you're not going to make Briscoe any uglier, that's for sure.
I would say you can't make him much dumber either, but believe it or not, he's got a near genius IQ.
You're killing me over here with that line.
MJF, the AEW World Champion, has assembled the best team that money could buy.
Say what you want about MJF, it's hard to argue his effect on the AEW as a world champion. Yikes. Oh, gosh.
Briscoe.
Hard to look at, man.
Multiple lacerations on his head as MJF now the Dynamite Diamond ring.
What's he doing? He changed the direction here a little bit.
There we go. Calling plays out to the men on the floor.
DC MJF is a well-oiled machine, Excalibur.
Brought Leo Rush to the ring in the hockey bag.
It's fine.
He travels well.
MJF is scared out of his wits.
What is this animal doing out here?
And now Leo Rush, the Blackheart, the difference maker. Perhaps for Team Briscoe. Underneath it now. The elusive, the evasive Leo Rush. Even giving Kevin Knight problems.
How is this fair done?
It's not. It's blatant cheating.
An extra man.
Andrade does not know what to make of this.
Who does?
Well, that's a good question.
Leo was saying it's fine. Andrade was asking how you know. But Leo comes off with a stunner. And Leo, the toss.
Oh my goodness.
He hit that rail, hit that between the chains.
What a difference maker Leo Rush has proved.
He should not be out here, to state the obvious.
Well, they brought him into the cage, Don. It's fair game.
MJF has no idea what to do right now.
He wants the ring.
He covets the ring.
If he calls it my precious, then...
Oh, come on. Listen. Someone just kick this kid in the head and get him out of here. I've had enough.
This may be the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
Maker!
That was fantastic.
Well, he asked for the rain, and he got it.
Get him in the back! Get him in the back! Now Doyle looking to stuff Leo Rush back in the hockey bag.
Yeah, that's right.
Hack his ass up! Hack his ass up!
Meanwhile, inside the ring, MJF in control of the proceedings as Team Briscoe.
And you think you've seen it all.
They should take that, throw it down a long flight of stairs.
Oh, for crying out loud, Don. Look at this. MJF, he'll attack Leo right now.
I would say Leo Rush has whatever's coming to him.
Doyle.
What are they going to do with Leo Rush?
Leo Rush up in the chain. Orange Cassidy trying to come to the assistance of his friend or conglomeration adjacent civilian warrior. I'm not sure how you would classify Leo Rush, but
too bad there's not a nice bridge to throw that bag off of right now.
You know, last night on Collision, Excalibur, you said that Jake Doyle may be the X factor in this whole thing, and you're exactly right. He has been thus far.
Right now, Mark Briscoe standing alone in the center of the ring, taking down all the members of the DC MJF team.
Oh boy, here we go. You could certainly make an argument that Mark Briscoe is a modern-day Terry Funk, irrespective of this.
Oh, Mark Briscoe, a man that knows his way about it around a ladder. And Andrade getting a face full from Mark Briscoe. And who's left standing? MJF, and he's been called out by Mark Briscoe. The last man MJF wants to be alone in a ring with.
This past week on Dynamite, it was MJF on the receiving end of a Jay Driller. Does not want history to repeat itself. Here we go.
Briscoe getting the better of MJF.
Briscoe with thudding right hands, took the high road, and here he comes again.
Here comes Jake from behind.
Get him, get him.
The Jake Driller.
Instead of a Jay Driller, a Jake Driller.
Jake Doyle captures the kick of Kyle O'Reilly, lands an elbow strike. And now O'Reilly, though, answers Doyle at elbow with a leaping knee strike.
Somebody finally got Doyle down, but he bounces right back up.
Oh, Roderick Strong.
Oh, no.
Strong drives himself and Doyle through the table. And O'Reilly. Oh, Andrade with the chair in his hand. The elbow of O'Reilly. As Andrade El Idolo. With O'Reilly down in the corner. Oh, no. Wedging that chair in the face of O'Reilly between the ropes.
Oh, God.
And Roddy Strong might be out on his butt right now.
Knees into the bloody face of Kyle O'Reilly.
And O'Reilly
holding
Oh, my goodness.
Reverse Hurricane Rana.
O'Reilly was holding on to his shoulder that time.
Takeshita looks
backslide, no. Rainmaker attempted. Drop kick not avoided.
What poise on the part of the former international champion and the man that took the title from him, stole the title from him.
He always wrestles with poise and confidence. I've never seen anything like it.
Okada.
Look at this.
Looking perhaps for a tombstone pile driver from the apron through the table. But Takeshita wants no part of it. Takeshita. That body drop. Rough landing for the former international champion. And the power drive knee catches Okada flush. Perfect. Fletcher extends with a thrust kick.
Long, strong legs.
Fletcher.
Oh, no. Brainbuster.
That's it. You called it.
No, Takeshita finds his feet. Weaves through and... Blue Thunder Bomb! Unbelievable!
And noise you heard was Don Callis dropping the headphones to check on his man, Kyle Fletcher.
You preempted this, Tony, when you made the claim, and it's the truth. Any member of the Don Callis family could be seriously hurt, and by the looks of things, that's exactly what's happened.
MJF, that Dynamite Diamond ring, the right hand was loaded up at Mark Briscoe. Looking for a Jay Driller, but the low blow, but it's legal.
And it's an effective weapon he's used many times.
So is that Dynamite Diamond ring, legal as well. But Orange Cassidy, look at this. Don, this is the power of friendship. Orange Cassidy stepping in the path.
This is the weakness of friendship.
Oof. And that's what you get for being a...
Was there Darby? Scorpion death drop. And now Darby.
Looking to...
Coffin drop on MJF. Darby looking to make the cover, but Kevin Knight!
The height that he got.
Kevin Knight, the splash on his team captain, MJF. And now Darby and Knight. Knight, the elbow, backs Darby down. Look at this, Darby just keeps coming back.
Yeah, Knight keeps knocking him down.
What is Knight thinking?
I don't know.
Oh, boy. It was Darby Allin that started on top of the cage. And now only fingertips keeping Kevin Knight.
Knight pulling himself up. Darby very nearly connected with that chair, but now Knight.
Kevin Knight is a very unique athlete. We're seeing that right now.
Don, don't you realize just by looking at this how dangerous this is for your athletes to be involved in this thing?
This is why we're here. This is what it takes, Shabani.
Fletcher's already been put through a table.
Oh, but look,
Darby,
there's the bag.
There's the bag. The back. Oh, my God! Oh!
Well, who could have expected that?
What the hell was that?
Darby Allin! Booby trap the bag. Kevin Knight went for it.
Booby
not
trap.
knowing what was in it. And it literally blew up in the face. A coffin drop from Darby Allin!
Oh, look at the bodies. My God. Look at them.
I'm concerned about Kevin Knight, to say the least.
Good reason. Look at this. The booby trap explodes and Knight through the table, and then Darby Allin.
The coffin drop onto the pile.
The bodies have hit the floor. And again, the two men that this is all about, Mark Briscoe and MJF, are center stage.
Briscoe
going for it again.
He's got one, he's got two. Boucher! Driller!
Cover!
1, 2, no! Doyle!
Jake Doyle, ladies and gentlemen,
once again.
Undoubtedly the MVP of MJF's team, tearing, ripping at the flesh of Mark Briscoe. And now Doyle.
Oh, my God. Holy smokes. Hit him with the legs of that table, that chair, I think.
Do it again. Come on, kid. Oh, yeah.
Doyle.
Boy, he's
urging on MJF.
Great teammate for MJF, no doubt.
That Jay Driller, though, if it weren't for the intervention of Doyle, Mark Briscoe would have earned a shot at the AEW World Championship then and there.
You are exactly right. No doubt about it. Wait a minute. MJF still, what's he doing?
He wants Andrade to hold him.
You hold him. Well, remember the last time Andrade held somebody for MJF, Don? It very nearly blew up in his face, pun intended.
These two are very competitive, both high-end athletes, guys.
A very resounding no from Andrade Idolo. But I think he's going to do it anyway.
Reluctantly.
He's a team player, Nigel. See, look at this.
Well, let's see what playing for your team gets you.
MJF, that dynamite diamond ring on his right hand. Dia de los Muertos!
Team player no more.
He's been neglected long enough, Don.
You know what is going on.
Doyle needs to be careful putting his hands on Andrade like that. And,
well, they went the MVP.
Oh, this is ridiculous. This is...
Well, don't stop there.
It's a homemade shirt.
You turncoat piece of trash.
Well, that's preemption if ever I saw it.
we're going to have to blur that one on Wednesday night. Briscoe now. The double underhooks on Jake Doyle. Jay! Driller on Doyle. 1, 2, 3!
Reach to the sky, boy. You're your winner, Darby Allin, Kanosuke Takeshita, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, Orange Cassidy, and Mark Briscoe.
Moments like these, gentlemen, that remind you why we love the battles of AEW so much.
In addition to being a spectacle unlike anything we have ever witnessed, crucially, Nigel, Mark Briscoe has now earned a shot at MJF in the AEW World Championship.
And we are perhaps one match away from a complete turn in the AEW World title. But the real story here tonight, Andrade El Idolo.
I guess you could say, Nigel, that he has submitted his letter of resignation to the Don Callis family.
The worm has turned.
Long overdue, I might say.
Oh, wait a second.
Poor Leo.
Team Briscoe. Your winners here tonight, this first ever Death's Door steel cage match. That's the Leo Rush.
They don't want to let him out. They sort of drag him off.
I hope he's not claustrophobic.
They're so scared of him. They want to keep him in there. Oh, there's your champion. And there's Jake Doyle, who wrestled a hell of a, or fought a hell of a match.
All of that money spent.
That's right. Wonder if there's a return clause for the money. There's got to be, right?
Jeff getting his money back.
Well, shifting gears, fans. Coming up this Wednesday night, we will crown a new TBS champion. Earlier tonight, we learned the sixth person in the survival of the fittest match. It will be Micah, Harley Cameron, Hikaru Shida, Persephone, and Chris Stanley, Queen Aminata battling it out as Willow Nightingale, the former champion, is on the comeback trail.
I got just about everything I could want. Good family, good friends. I was on the run of a lifetime, and I wasn't slowing down for anybody. First ever tag champs, two-time TBS champ, and then it all got extinguished. It was a raging fire that burned me up and kept me alive, keeping me breathing from second to second, pushing me from day to day. It's time to light that match again.
The comeback journey for Willow Nightingale is coming on in full swing. She would love to be back in contention for that TBS championship she had to vacate due to the injury. We look forward to her return to the ring, and we look forward to you joining us this coming Wednesday night as AEW Dynamite returns to San Diego, California, where we will crown a new TBS champion. But right now, I understand our colleague Lexi Nair standing by in the back for an update. Lexi, take it away.
Huge congratulations to Team Briscoe. Mark, how does it feel to have your teammates, more so your friends, helping you secure your shot at the AEW World Championship?
Damn right, Lexi, my friends are big boys, man. They say you ain't got no friends, man. But let me tell you, your time is coming. The only friend you have, that big shiny belt, is about to be mine. And we ain't wasting no time. Wednesday night on Dynamite, I won my title shot match. We ain't wasting no time. 8 o'clock Eastern time. Let's go, baby. It's my time. It's my time. Let's go.
Well, obviously some audio issues there interrupting what Mark Briscoe had to say, but I understand. I believe he was throwing out a challenge for this Wednesday, Tony. This Wednesday for MJF in the AEW World Championship.
So he wants a quick turnaround. He wants his title shot Wednesday. How about that?
Well, that's
on
a
Dynamite.
smart move, definitely, with the champion hurt. Well, got to be ready.
A massive challenge thrown out by Mark Briscoe. We will update you when we can about that match potentially for this Wednesday. But fans, our third of our triple main event here tonight, Swerve Strickland, Will Ospreay, who will challenge for the AEW World Championship on August 30th in Wembley Stadium. Will it be the former champion, Swerve Strickland, or will it be the man that believes it is his destiny to win the AEW World Championship on British soil? Will Ospreay, Swerve Strickland, next tonight from Forbidden Door.
And it stuck with me for a year. And this year, the stakes are high.
Hey, a chance to go on to vie for the World Championship at Wembley at All In.
I've been keeping my eye on you.
Swerve advances.
Gotta say, I never really liked what I've been seeing from you.
They killed the old me.
Truth be told, bro, you changed.
They rebuilt me into a murderer, bruv.
The winner of this match is headed to the finals of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. This is not the same man that Mark Davis thinks he knows.
Ospreay's going to the finals!
We know the lengths that Swerve Strickland goes to get what he wants.
Swerve advances!
You're a man standing in the way of my dream.
You expect me to just move out of the way.
You're a man standing in the way of my country's dream.
No! Dad, do what it takes. I'm done stepping aside for other people to get opportunities that I deserve.
I have a chance to live my dream at the biggest stadium that my country has. A stadium that every kid wanted to be in.
You have not been able to beat me in 10 years, and we're gonna do it again at Forbidden Door.
You ain't gonna hesitate to end my dream.
Do what it takes.
I ain't gonna hesitate to end you, bruv.
It's main event time live at Forbidden Door.
Everyone talks about reaching the top. It's not about how high you can climb. It's about how far down you're willing to dig. All the way to the bottom, into the dark, the place where excuses die. I brought you down there, not broken, unfinished. You had everything. Talent, instinct. The world looked at you and saw greatness. But that wasn't enough. Not when the lights fade. Not when your body betrays you. Not when doubt finds its way in your head. You must lose everything. You'll never be able to walk in the light unless you know who you are. In the dark, no shortcuts. Surviving isn't spectacular. Winning isn't beautiful. Sacrifice. Every scar becomes a lesson. Every failure becomes another step. What did you find down there? That's what most men spend their whole lives running from. Not anymore. Only the man who walks out of the darkness finds his destiny.
I am the reckoning.
Your final bout tonight at Owen Ball is to determine the winner of the 2026 Owen Hart Foundation Men's Tournament.
185センチさあエアリールオーラス
Winner of the night!
Jon Moxley made an offer to Will Ospreay to make him the most dangerous weapon the sport of professional wrestling has ever seen. Will those months of effort, uncertainty, pay off for Will Ospreay in this moment? Or is it still not his time?
As he goes up against the most dangerous man in AEW.
Each man drawing some super heroic inspiration. Swerve Strickland has a chance to become the main man once again. But in order to do so, he will have to do something that he has historically, Nigel, found challenging. And that is to defeat Will Ospreay.
And that was the old Will Ospreay. This, a darker, more ruthless Will Ospreay.
Yeah, something right out of a Batman DC comic book. Looking like Bane coming in his entrance.
That was Will Ospreay. Swerve Strickland, Lobo, intergalactic bounty hunter. And he may be collecting a bounty and the Owen Hart Foundation tournament tonight as we head once again to Renee Paquette for this update.
It was 2 years ago at Forbidden Door that Swerve and Ospreay were in the main event for that AEW World Championship. Tonight, these two former friends have all in and a shot at that world title on the line. Swerve Strickland said in an interview, everyone thinks that this is Will Ospreay's destiny. Well, I've made a career out of ruining people's plans.
And let's head one more time to the ring in the Dapper Yapper, Justin Roberts, to make it official.
San Jose, California! Who will challenge for the AEW World title at Wembley Stadium? Introducing first, accompanied by Prince Nana from Tacoma, Washington, weighing 240 pounds, Swerve Strickland. And his opponent from Essex, England, weighing 225 pounds, the aerial assassin, Will
Referee Paul Turner drawing the assignment for our third of 3 main events tonight. For more information about the mission and the message of the Owen Hart Foundation, visit owenhartfoundation.org as we are off to the races. Fists flying tonight.
And high stakes certainly, as both men are eyeing a world title match at Wembley Stadium, one of the most prestigious venues in the world today. Here we go, and for Will Ospreay, what it would mean to challenge for the title and be the first Englishman to win a world title in England.
Now Ospreay, the elbow strike back, swerve off, went for the leap. Oh! Early attempt at a houseball, early attempt at a hidden blade. Both men know each other very well.
Yeah, but does Swerve Strickland know this version of Will Ospreay as well as he did the last?
As Renee mentioned, Swerve Strickland picked up the victory 2 years ago at Forbidden Door when Swerve was AEW World Champion. Just over a year ago, they met on an episode of Dynamite, wrestled to a 30-minute time limit draw. That was the difficulty I mentioned, Nigel, that Swerve has faced in putting away Will Ospreay. He has historically an advantage, 3-1-1 over Will Ospreay. But it has not come easy for Swerve Strickland to defeat the aerial assassin.
It won't come easy if he is able to do that here tonight. You cannot overstate the dark influence of Jon Moxley and the Death Riders. Watch out, they're coming this way.
Ospreay.
It's a great move by Will. Maybe not.
Yeah, sent Strickland back into the ring, but Strickland was ready for him. I don't think Swerve was depleted enough for Will to press an advantage there. Swing and a miss. Ospreay. Step up work on Rana. Takes down Strickland.
Swerve had told the New York Post, you still haven't seen the best of Swerve, and we may see it tonight. He will have to see it if he wants to win it.
Nigel was Forbidden Door last year. Oh! Ospreay sweeps out the leg of Strickland. And now the hammer throw into the ropes. Ospreay drop kick on target. It was Forbidden Door last year where Jon Moxley and the Death Riders executed their plan. They wrapped the chair around the neck of Will Ospreay rather than let his emissary of violence, Claudio Castagnoli, do it. Jon Moxley took it upon himself to do something that could have very well ended the career of Will Ospreay. But,
You might wonder then why Ospreay would take the advice and the guidance and the mentorship, if you will, of the man that nearly ended his career.
And I think on some level it was because Ospreay realized that Moxley was willing to do things to human beings that Will Ospreay perhaps was not. He needed to learn that ruthlessness, that Death Riders ethos.
We've also been privy to some of the talk that Moxley's had to Will Ospreay. Moxley's a hell of a motivator, guys. You got to admit that from what we've heard from him.
Will Ospreay delivering the kicks to the face. I just got an update. AEW President Tony Khan. It is official for this Wednesday. Dynamite from San Diego. 8/7 Central on TBS and HBO Max. It will be MJF, Mark Briscoe for the AEW World Championship this Wednesday night.
All right, that's great news, man.
Great news. That's given MJF really, he's on his back foot now against Mark Briscoe.
For the first time ever, survival of the fittest match. 6 women compete to be the next TBS champion. All of that and so much more this Wednesday night. But turning our attention back to this match. Swerve, Swerve caught Ospreay charging in. And now Swerve the leap. And the flatliner, Swerve into a cover, hooks the leg. Ospreay out at 1.
When we had the face-to-face between these two, it was Swerve Strickland who talked about the fragile neck of Will Ospreay and already focusing on that.
Well, Ospreay says his neck is stronger than ever now. That's what he claims.
That's what some titanium screws will do for you.
Exactly. Well, maybe physically stronger than ever, but it's the mental game.
We saw Swerve there. Sorry, Nigel. It was rabbit punch. I'm not sure it was the back of the head or the neck of Ospreay, but either way, it affected Ospreay, and he went stumbling into the corner.
And it really has been a slow and methodical attack from the former AEW World Champion Swerve Strickland 2 years ago at Wembley Stadium. Still has to remember the loss of the world title. He wants to expunge that loss and regain it this year.
What a 2-year span that would be for Swerve Strickland. From the lowest of lows to potentially the highest of highs in one of the most famous stadiums in the world, just in the world of sport, in the world of anything, of entertainment. It is Wembley Stadium, the cathedral of football. It is something that British child, European child, South American, North American, everybody aspires to one day compete on that stage.
I was there 34 years ago when I first dreamt of being a professional wrestler. Watch a second.
Swerve, again targeting the neck of Ospreay.
To the point you guys were talking about, I'm going to quote Will Ospreay here in Yahoo Sports, quote, This is kind of like the semifinals of my World Cup. Going to Wembley, is that important for him? Understandably.
Culmination would be on Sunday, the 30th of August at Wembley Stadium. One of these two men will challenge for the AEW World Championship. And right now, Swerve Strickland is making it look increasingly likely that it will be him as he targets the neck, the surgically repaired neck of Will Ospreay.
And after Wednesday, the man they could face could be Mark Briscoe.
What a disaster that would be.
For whom?
Well, MJF is talking about it, a rising tide. Ooh.
Oh, Ospreay
Oh.
and Gary stuns Swerve Strickland. Will Ospreay is making his second appearance in the finals of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. It was last year where he battled Hangman Adam Page. Hangman won the tournament, earned the shot at All In Texas, and parlayed it to a reign as AEW World Championship. Swerve Strickland, Will Ospreay would love to do the same as Ospreay connects with that corkscrew kick and sends Swerve down.
And Ospreay still holding his neck as he walked out. He's got to focus away from that pain.
Big elbow strike from the ropes. Swerve kicking out.
Thus far, we haven't really seen the dark, ruthless side of Ospreay, inspired by John Moxley, but maybe he's saving it, waiting until the match continues a little bit, and he needs. It's a pretty vicious kick, though.
It was a hell of a kick by Ospreay. Is now up to the top. And Ospreay, elbow to the back of the head.
There you go. Try to even things up here, work on the neck and the head of Swerve Strickland.
Nigel, oh, wait a second, Ospreay maybe looking for a hidden blade.
That's exactly right, Excalibur.
Typically the prelude, hidden blade, no, Swerve ready for it. Up kick, catching Ospreay square in the jaw. And now weaves underneath and back breaker by Swerve Strickland.
You know, that's just showing something that we don't talk about enough, and that is the strength of Swerve Strickland. Coming back from his injury, he was bigger and stronger than ever, and he showed it right now.
And most importantly for him, not a step slower, Nigel.
No, certainly not. Somehow managed to keep the speed with the added muscle. What I love is both these competitors now realize what is on the line. They do not want to make a mistake, but they're moving forward. They're doggedly trying to weaken, sap the energy of their opponent.
Johnny, we've talked.
Like a little brother you've always been to me. You hear me?
Swerve. Referencing the long history between these two men.
It's just like it was 10 years ago. It's just like where we are 10 years ago, boys.
Saying Ospreay's always been a step behind Swerve Strickland. Colossal elbow strike by Will Ospreay. He winds up, lands a second. Really testing the chin of the former AEW World Champion, Swerve Strickland.
Stop the trash talking for a moment.
Swerve changed levels, though. Kick to the midsection. Move Ospreay to his feet. Enziguri. Ospreay. Going up, back rolls through.
Here it comes.
Powerbomb, no. Instead, Swerve. Counter. Swerve. 1, 2.
Well, that was a lot closer than I expected.
That was a magnificent exchange by two phenomenal wrestlers.
Clear evidence of the experience the men have facing each other.
Ospreay a bit beleaguered after that exchange. The Swerve boot sends Ospreay down. Part of the training with the Death Riders, not only was it the viciousness, the submission techniques that Ospreay didn't typically employ, it was also efforts to strengthen Ospreay's neck.
Right.
Seen it with the Swerve. Pulling the pad off the bottom turnbuckle, exposing the bare steel.
Oh no, this does not look good. We've seen the lengths that Swerve Strickland will go to secure a defeat. That brutal rivalry with Hangman Adam Page took things to a whole different level.
But Excalibur, you notice how Swerve was just slowly looking at that turnbuckle? Almost as if he was trying to talk himself into it.
Oh! But Swerve goes shoulder first into the steel ring post, and now Ospreay targeting the arm of Strickland. Ospreay was biding his time, capitalizing on the opening, and now the double stomp. We talked about the submission training, that death ground, the cross arm breaker that Ospreay's been employing recently. Could be well served. Here we are.
Full extension. He's tapping.
And Swerve is tapping on the outside. And it's on the outside. Importantly, Nigel, Ospreay cannot win this match. He cannot win the tournament on the outside.
But the official has to break that hold and break it quickly because there's so much damage can be done.
Yeah, Ospreay holding on as long as he could.
Nana just getting him. Throwing that coffee into the eyes of Ospreay. And now Ospreay. He's behind the referee's back. Paul Turner senses something was going on, but he didn't see it. So he's powerless to do anything for Nana, but Swerve. Oh, no. It looked like Ospreay was attempting to counter with a Hurricane Rana, and in doing so put himself in even worse position, Nigel.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. Ospreay came with a lot of momentum. But just watch this. Here, looking for the Hurricane Rana, but yeah, Strickland saw it, scouted it, and stuffed.
Oh, no, the exposed
there you
steel.
Go.
Swerve with Ospreay underneath, and the catapult. Oh, Ospreay.
I'm not sure. That may have caught the jaw.
The jaw, the eye, I'm not sure, but either way, disastrous for Will Ospreay. Referee Paul Turner, understandably so, lenient with his count. Nobody wants to see this tournament end on account of, we want to see a definitive winner between Ospreay and Swerve.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now, Strickland taking a lot of time here, giving Ospreay some respite on the outside, and I'm not sure this is a smart strategy.
Well, Ospreay,
especially because now, oh, jeez.
He's been opened up.
He's coming out of his mouth.
Leaking like a faucet.
No,
the blood is flowing freely from the head of Will Ospreay. Yeah. I believe it was over the eyebrow, Tony.
Yeah, you're right.
I told him to his face. I told them into his face. This isn't new.
Certainly Strickland taking one step closer to Wembley Stadium, and the dream of Will Ospreay starting to slip from his grasp.
Well, Ospreay feels like it's his destiny, something he's dreamed of since he's been a little boy, to win a championship.
You know, guys, if I'm Will Ospreay, first of all, I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to bleed like he's doing now, but I want Swerve to be overconfident. That's exactly what I want. And right now, he is so confident. The way he's fighting, you can see it.
This brotherhood don't mean shit to me.
See, look at this.
It's all about the wins, boy.
Remember, it was just a year ago, all in Texas. Will Ospreay and Swerve Strickland, they fought on the same side that night.
Wembley Stadium is a
Yikes.
There you
Right
go.
hand square into the jaw of Ospreay.
You do what you do, boss. Do what you do.
Prince Nana. Prince Nana very confident as well that it'll be Swerve Strickland challenging for the AEW World Championship at Wembley Stadium.
That confident Swerve Strickland told Forbes that I'm the one guy that Will Ospreay cannot beat. There's confidence for you right there.
That's pure, unadulterated strength deadlift. The man 220 pounds up and then down, and oh boy.
Blood pouring from the face, lateral press.
The proverbial crimson mask, the red badge of courage. Ospreay is going to have to earn it if he is going to earn a title opportunity at Wembley Stadium. You can feel it, the tension, the opportunity. One of these men will grasp it.
This is where the money is, right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Ospreay bleeding, Swerve on the Hunt House call. No! Wow! But was that the last gasp of the aerial assassin? Does Will Ospreay have more left in the tank?
Ospreay slow to follow up here, lying in wait, hitting a perfect Spanish fly, but immediately after the impact, unable to follow up, but now back to live action.
Boy, I mean, Will Ospreay is hauling off from the UK.
Swerve pulls through. Ospreay, beautiful counter, and into a stack. One, no, instead Ospreay not done. Classic Styles Clash, center of the ring. Ospreay turns the corner, makes the cover. Two, but
oh, yeah, you could see clear as day. No weight across the left shoulder of Strickland, easily able to break the 3 count, but unadulterated, unabated. Ospreay poised to strike.
Here comes it, Excalibur.
Ospreay lining up the hidden blade.
Oh my God! Oh, he ate the hidden blade and came right back. We've never seen that.
I don't think Ospreay got all of it.
No, he absolutely did. I have to imagine the fatigue, the blood loss from Will Ospreay. That was probably half, maybe even a quarter of a normal hidden blade.
Oh!
And
hidden blade usually hit on a downed opponent, but standing up from a different angle.
And Nigel, something that's just occurred to me is Will Ospreay's last few successful offensive moves came as a counterattack. He has been unable to build and sustain momentum against Swerve Strickland, as we just saw there with that hidden blade.
If you were to score this on points, you would certainly give the advantage. Oh!
A desperate leap by Ospreay to disrupt the balance of Swerve.
It worked.
But Tony, importantly, Ospreay needs to press the advantage.
Yes, he does. But you talked about how much blood he has lost. Look at that. Even slipped on the ropes.
Ospreay typically so sure-footed on the ropes.
Can he? Is he able to press the advantage?
What's he looking for here?
Swerve being brought up by Will Ospreay.
What a freaking match, man.
Hold on. Oh, this does not look good.
No.
Oh, boy.
Ospreay! A reversal, a counterattack once again. He's lined up.
Oh, stuck it.
Drop the guillotine. 2, and whoa! A hair's breadth away was the referee's hand. A hair's breadth away was Will Ospreay from going to Wembley on August 30th.
That was an absolute breathtaking move off the ropes. Ooh. He did that maneuver in mid-freaking air, did Ospreay.
Looking for it.
Cutter, no. Instead, the deadeye from Swerve, the cover. 2,
Oh, he barely got that arm up.
Ospreay, typically from that position, Nigel comes back with the Os cutter. Instead, I believe he was looking for a destroyer, and that may have been his undoing.
Whatever he was looking for, Swerve Strickland had the better eyes, the better focus. And the dead eye of Adam Page stuck Strickland, who now is being hung out to dry. Watch out.
You know how dangerous the Swerve stomp can be. And Ospreay avoided it.
Swerve could have blown out a knee there.
No. Oh, good.
Ospreay, instead, he's got Swerve inverted on the floor. And now, sends Swerve head first into the unforgiving steel of the steps.
This match has built and built and built.
Referee Paul Turner just checked in on Will Ospreay. He waved off our ringside physician as we take another look at this, Nigel.
Look at the momentum and the whiplash of Strickland's body.
And it wasn't the flat of the side of the steps. I believe it was the corner of the steps.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh, I got it.
Yeah, Will looked at us here.
Oh, now Swerve.
Looked at us.
Swerve Strickland.
Hey, talk to me here, Swerve.
This is getting ugly.
Now Swerve.
Hey, get him in the ring now. Stop.
Bleeding much like Will Ospreay. You see the puddle of blood that was on the floor as now Ospreay. This is the brutality that the Death Riders, that Jon Moxley attempted to instill.
Again,
blood pouring out of Will. out of Strickland.
This talk has gone back and forth.
There's a pool of blood. Jeez.
Sorry, I'll do my best to continue.
I'm getting out of the way here, guys. I'm telling you that.
This is pretty hard for me to...
Understandably so, now knowing your career, but Will Ospreay is... No. Swerve Strickland.
What is on the line? What are these men willing to do to each other? Oh, gosh.
Ospreay.
Don't do it. Stop.
Being warned by referee Paul Turner. Prince Nana swatting at the leg of Will Ospreay.
That's going to cost Nana.
Yes, it is.
Thank God. That time.
So Nana escapes with... House call!
Boy, that was on target.
Swerve using the momentary distraction of Ospreay, landing a house call.
He's right.
And perhaps punching his ticket to London this summer.
Just look at this pinpoint precision right to the side of the neck. Again, the fragile neck of Will Ospreay has been a trigger point in this match.
God, there is blood.
There's
freaking everywhere.
And it is pouring freely from the head of both Ospreay and Swerve Strickland. Swerve. We've seen him use this vertebraker.
Well, this is going to end
devastating effect before.
This is going to end it.
And Ospreay struggling mightily, frees himself. A back elbow. A second. It's Ospreay. A back headbutt. Swerve stunned Ospreay.
Oh my God.
Oh no, Ospreay.
Oh my God. What are they? What the
Ospreay turns. He's trying, facing the steps. He's trying to hook the arms of Swerve Strickland. He's got one. Can he get the other? Styles! On to the desk. A devastating thud as Swerve Strickland driven into the unforgiving desk.
At what point does this become too much?
Right now, I would say. Look at this blood. It's all over the floor. It's to the desk. I've seen blood a lot, but not as much as this.
If you take another look at this, just, Swerve, I believe his head hit the outer frame. Yes, there's a giant pool of blood on the outer frame of the desk, and that's a pool of Swerve Strickland's blood on the floor.
The count goes up. Up to 6.
Will Ospreay maybe going to Wembley Stadium via count out here tonight if Swerve can't make his way back into the ring. Oh, Swerve! But on the attack, the drop kick to the side of the head.
Great timing by Will Ospreay!
And Cutter!
Come on!
1, 2, no! A kick out, Nigel, but not an emphatic one.
Certainly not, and you could understand why. What these men have done to each other. What is left in the tank?
Ospreay now beckoning Swerve up. Oh, the kick coming around the corner. second one.
Ospreay has his sights set on Wembley Stadium.
And now the balance of power shifting into the favor of Will Ospreay. Rolling elbow strike from Ospreay.
I'm just stunned by the blood.
Oh, and Ospreay from behind. Just driving down on the back of the neck of Swerve.
That's the John Moxley influence right there. No doubt about that.
And he might have knocked.
This could end on a yeah. He's going to get a 10 count and make sure.
Swerve's hand just moved. But
he's got a pool of blood as he's raising up.
And Swerve make it to his feet. Paul Turner up to 5. And Swerve beat a second count.
He wants in.
1, 2, 3. No!
Damn, Swerve Strickland.
Strickland refusing to stay down.
He's amazing.
He wants his destiny to be the world title in Wembley Stadium. So does Will Ospreay.
Both of these men unyielding. Ospreay with the advantage, with Swerve showing his resilience. A right hand into the jaw as Ospreay now.
This is nothing but amazing, stunning competition.
Ospreay, they've been thinking Avalanche Death Valley driver, but instead Swerve hammers down with those elbow strikes and now hammers the back of the neck, the surgically repaired neck.
Just rabbit punches on the back of the neck.
Oh.
A shocking display of fortitude.
He's going to try to stop him.
Ospreay trying to pull himself up, but not Swerve. Stop! Ospreay down in a heap.
You could see that one coming.
You see the blood literally pouring off the face of Swerve Strickland, pools all over the ringside area.
I've got a question because of all the blood loss and what has happened. What's going to happen if both men cannot continue? I mean, they're both moving slowly.
There has to be a winner tonight, Tony. I know it's.
Well, watch out.
Curtain breaker. Ospreay sweeps out the legs. Steps through. 1, 2.
Whoa, great escape.
Oh, and a great house call.
In the center. Cover. 1.
Oh, my God. Explodes. Diamond blade. 1, no. Well, Tony, we may find out the answer to your question.
The fans stand here in San Jose, erupt, applauding both men for a hell of an effort. It's amazing. And need I say, this is what we're all about, guys. You're watching it right here.
Hey, boss, you got this.
Paul
You're in the
Turner
final stretch. You got it, boss.
giving the 10 count.
Wembley Stadium.
The first man to reach his feet. I was going to say would have an advantage, Nigel, but the first man to reach his feet may be the one that very well wins this match.
That could be at this point all it takes. Up to 6. 7. Somehow, by the will, no pun intended, of God. 2 barbarians, 2 fighters, 2 men with a dream of Wembley Stadium. Refusing to let that dream go.
Warrior heart. So much respect for both men. Hell for every man and woman who competed tonight.
Swerve Strickland. He wants to reclaim the AEW World Championship. It was once his, but no longer. Ospreay feels it's his destiny to do it, not just for the first time, but to do it in his homeland, in the biggest stage of them all at Wembley Stadium.
And we are seeing the cliche in real time. The gloves are coming off.
Let's do it! In the middle of the ring! One man goes to Wembley!
Here we go!
Oh! On target!
Storm Breaker! 1, 2, no!
Oh!
Not enough! Not tonight!
That is how much Wembley Stadium, that is how much the AEW World Championship means to these men. The hidden blade, no, Swerve ducks again. Swerve, oh, very nearly caught Paul Turner. Low blow! Turner didn't see it. Turner didn't see it.
Swerve's timing on that low blow impeccable as Paul Turner had gotten out of the way and turned around.
Strickland's got to capitalize now.
Strickland turns him over. Verta Breaker!
That's it.
Stuck the landing!
Surely not.
1, 2, 3, oh!
Neither man will stay down. Holy hell!
A moment that will live in both these men's memories forever. But for what reason?
Hidden blade! But this time, it's Swerve that delivers. Oh, Swerve! 1, 2, no, again, Ospreay! Defies the odds, defies the expectations. Oh, wait a second. Jon Moxley, the Death Riders have just come to ringside.
But for what reason?
Well, what they're doing there, I talked about how Moxley was a motivator. The entire Death Riders out to try to motivate Will Ospreay to a win.
But will it motivate Swerve Strickland instead?
Good question.
The crowd, the Death Riders, they have Ospreay's back. But does he have what it takes to reach out and grasp his destiny?
Will Ospreay, look at that! He looks right at Moxley!
A defiant scream! Ospreay rises to his feet!
Oh, God!
Ospreay, buck, shot, hidden blade, 1, 2, no!
Oh, my God!
You're gonna have to kill him!
Paradigm shift! Ospreay not done! Death Rider!
Right into the Jon Moxley playbook!
But he's not done! Tiger Driver!
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this match and the winner of the 2026 Owen Hart Foundation Men's Tournament, the Area Assassin, Will Ospreay!
大江原決勝戦ウィル・オースプレイ選手の優勝です。
1 year ago, Will Ospreay
was denied in the finals of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament this year. He prevails over Swerve Strickland. And now we know that it will be Ospreay to challenge for the AEW Men's World Championship at Wembley Stadium on the 30th of August.
Congratulations to Will Ospreay, and congratulations to Swerve Strickland. If this is not the match of the year, I don't know what the hell would be.
It was a move that Will Ospreay once said he would never use again. But tonight he had to.
Nigel, the circumstances dictated it, necessitated it. Will Ospreay bringing out the most dangerous weapon in his arsenal to prevail over Swerve Strickland to win the 2026 Men's Owen Hart Foundation Tournament. Will Ospreay, one step closer to his dream, what he says is his destiny, to win the richest prize in our sport, the AEW World Championship at the Cathedral of Football, which for one more night will become the Cathedral of Professional Wrestling when AEW heads to Wembley Stadium on the 30th of August.
He has certainly earned the Death Riders the respect. He's earned the respect of every single person in San Jose here tonight. What a moment! Will Ospreay going to Wembley Stadium.
I've seen many matches in my career, gentlemen. I will never forget this match as long as I live. One of the best ever. One of the best nights ever in AEW, by far. Damn it, I love it.
Will Ospreay undoubtedly will take a moment to catch his breath, to relish this victory. But now, the road to All in London, the hard work, the real work begins for Will Ospreay.
Yeah, will it be MJF? Will it be Mark Briscoe? Could it be someone else who's still got over a month? Hell, over 2 months.
Will Ospreay is your 2026 Owen Hart Foundation Men's Tournament winner. An incredible tournament by both Swerve Strickland and Will Ospreay. And there, Alex Windsor, the newly minted Mrs. Ospreay, out to celebrate with her husband. A hard-fought, a hard-earned victory by Will Ospreay, but most importantly, a victory as he now turns his attention to Wembley Stadium, the 30th of August, all in London. We thank you for joining us tonight for this pay-per-view event. All Elite Wrestling is the home of professional wrestling.